Okay, so to start this, I thought I would go over where we are currently at with the project. So the first part, we created an MVP in Bolt.new, a minimum viable product, like just a very basic software. And we connected OpenAI's API, we connected to Google Cloud Console for the Google Sheets integration, and we created some email personalization connected to OpenAI's with the leads or the users' messy lead list and converting that into some personalized, nice, neat emails based off of their prompts. And then we've connected it to N18 through the webhooks. And then after that, we transferred the project over to Cursor, and the key updates were that we integrated with Supabase, Stripe, and we created a built-in table. So then where we are currently at, it looks a little like this. We've got the same interface with Google Sheets, and then we created a menu here. Here is the table view where their lead list, after it's been personalized, we put into a table in this app, and the user can also create a table if they wish and do whatever they want with it, adding columns and rows and deleting these and so on. It's by no means the design is perfect, but it is functional, and that's all that matters there. So let me come back to here. And for this version, what I want to do is connect instantly. I want to create a billings and settings page. I want to add the ability for users to be able to automatically export their leads into instantly, and create a campaign or just select the campaign that they want to add these leads to. And I also want to create an Airtable integration and possibly move the Google Sheets integration to Edge functions in Supabase. This is just regarding security, to make the security just a little bit better, because currently the access tokens for Google Sheets are being displayed on the front end of the app, so that uh, it does pose risks for hackers to use this access token to access people's Google Sheets, um, which we don't want, even though access tokens only last around an hour. Still could be something to look into depending on how lengthy this gets. So let's get straight into it. I think first what I am going to do is create an instantly AI connection. I think. Let me think of the best way to do this. Maybe creating a billings and settings page could be better to do first. Mm, so these are kind of the same. Ability to automatically export leads to instantly. Okay, so what I'm thinking, if we enter the app here, I'm thinking that there will be a button somewhere where they click export leads to instantly, and then a pop-up comes up to automatically display their campaigns. And then they select the campaign they want to choose. And then once they choose a campaign, webhook is triggered in NA10 that takes their list and then starts exporting it to instantly. So I think that's the best approach to do this. Where's it gone? Here. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So here we go. We're going to go where we set off. I'm going to say perfect. I want you, perfect. Now I want to create an integration with Instantly AI. So I believe we'll have to create, or we'll have to provide an API key to the application itself, just like we provided a OpenAI API key, because we cannot create an integration, unfortunately, like we have with Google Sheets, with Instantly, as they do not support that at the moment, but I believe Smartly do. So that could be something interesting we could do. Now to create an integration with Instantly AI, I want the users to be able to export the tables of tables containing their leads to Instantly AI automatically. I want the users to be able to selects the campaign they want to send the leads to, and also the ability to create a new campaign if they wish. I only want you to focus on the front end design. We will worry about the back end implementation later. Okay, so let's allow this to generate away. Update the design and see what it comes up with. See if it's something that I'm looking for. I'm looking for just a button here with each new table. Yes, can you, would you like me to provide today? Can you code this for me, please? It's provided a sketch here. Exports instantly AI. Dun dun. Okay, here we go. Generating away. Let's see how well of a job it does. It looks like it's created itself a to-do list. I was looking around a bit and it also seems like this SRC file here, this is all the front-end components to this application. And that's all I know. That's all I've updated myself with, really. I'm not sure what node modules are. I've been trying to familiarize myself as much as possible with this stuff. I'm going to accept that. Let's see the updates made to the tables view page. Okay. Let's also accept this. Seems like it's doing a pretty big task. It's now implemented, so let's see. We might have to refresh this, or we might also have to redeploy. Maybe if I click on it. Export leads to instantly AI. Select a campaign. Okay, so this design isn't the best at the moment. The colors and all, but this is okay. I also want a button here. I also want a button. Great job. I also want a button for them to be able to export the leads on the table, what's it called, table? On the table view homepage. I would want there to be a button on each table banner link thing. I'm not sure what they call these things. Like each one of these banner links. I'm not sure. But anyway, it's implemented this, which is good. Creating a new campaign. And then we just got to connect this up to a webhook in NA10. So I might do that now. Just get prepared with a webhook. I'm going to disable this webhook and create a new one here. Going to go add node, search for webhook. And then we're going to use the test URL again. This is going to be called the instantly AI webhook. And then really all I want to do is get this connected before I create anything else in NA10. So I'm going to see, accept this. I'm going to look at the changes it's made. I'm going to refresh, go back, export to instantly. UI coming soon. Great job. Could you make the UI functional on that new button like you did on the other instantly AI buttons inside the tables themselves? Okay, let's see if this works. Because I want to have the same functionality for this. At the moment, it's not working. So let's see how quickly it does this. It's generating away. After this, what am I looking to do? So really just connecting it to N8N, and then I want to see the data. I'm going to ask cursor for whenever this button's clicked, or whenever this button's clicked, to send a notification, a notification to the instantly the N8N webhook. So I want them to select whatever and then click export. And once they click export, for the webhook to be triggered. Still generating. Let's see what happens here. Let's accept that. Go back, refresh, edit. Okay, perfect. New campaign, back. Cool, so that's good for now. Now we can start looking into the back end. Great job. Now I want to connect Instantly AI to this. I want to connect the user's Instantly AI account to this application. How can I do that? So I need to provide an API key. Do we need to create another API key field like we did with the OpenAI API key so that we can fetch data from their Instantly AI account? So I'm just going to ask Cursor this to see if it can kind of guide us into what to do. I'll also need to provide it with the instructions on what I actually want to do and what data I want to put where. Instantly AI uses API keys for authentication. Your app will use this key to make requests to the Instantly API on behalf of your users. What you need to do in your apps, add an Instantly API key field. Use the API key for requests. Cool. Can you create a field where the users provide their Instantly AI API key? So hopefully this doesn't take too long. I'm not sure where it will put it. Hopefully here. I think eventually we'll need to create a dedicated settings page with these API keys so that they're not just here. Just so everything can be look nicer, rather than having a whole bunch of API keys here eventually when more integrations are set up. Yes. I was going to say I need to get my Instantly API key, but I'll just wait a second. Let's see where it's put it. Instantly AI API key. So it has put it here. Let's go to Instantly AI and get the API key. Verify. Let's go login. Copilot. Let's go down to settings. Then where do we go? Account settings, maybe? Integrations, API keys. Create API key. This is going to be called test automation. Scopes. I'm going to say all scopes. It's enough to select. Okay, going to create that. Going to select this API key. Now let's paste that into the browser here. Hopefully that stays there. I might also just put it here. Where do I go? Cool. So I have put my Instantly AI API key with all scopes enabled there in the field you created. Now what I want to do is connect with the user's account so that in the section in the export to Instantly AI buttons we recently created, I want the data to reflect what is in their Instantly AI account, which in this case will be all of their campaigns for when the user selects a campaign to add the leads to, and also the ability to create a campaign when the user clicks the new button when exporting the leads to Instantly AI. Yes, I'll leave it at that for now. I don't want to overload it with too much information to do too many different tasks. So I'm just going to leave it at that. When the user opens, populate. Can you add this backend? Can you add this feature? Here we go. Wait, I'm actually going to say, because it said let me know if you code it. Let me know and I'll code it for you. Yes, please. Yes, can you code it for me? There we go. Make it just a little bit more clear. Full cursor. Hopefully there's not so much debugging we have to do today. The other time, there was a lot of debugging. Hopefully it's a lot more smooth this time, but we'll see. We'll see. I had to do a little bit of debugging before I created this because I was having some more issues. I regenerated everything in Supabase, all the API keys and everything, so I had to reconnect them and change all of the API keys on the back end to link them up and make sure they're all the same. So I was having some issues and I couldn't log in, so I just had to change that. So it was a little bit more debugging, but we got there. Okay. Let's see if this works. Let's see what it said it did. Shows the actual campaigns from the Instantly AI account. creates a new campaign in Instantly AI. Okay, so it says failed to fetch error means your front end was unable to connect to the Instantly AI API endpoint. This is a common issue when calling third-party APIs directly from your browser and can be caused by several things. Course restrictions. I have no idea what that means. How to check. Open your browser's developer console network tab and look for course errors or messages about blocked requests. Alright, let's see. We're going to do Command-Shift-C. Open the developer panel. We're going to go to the network and reload the page so we can see all of the API requests happening. We go back here. Gonna export. Failed to fetch. We did get a course error. So I'm going to say empty. We did get a course error. Now I'm going to provide it with the error. This. And this. I'm not going to provide it with the authorization, although it's likely short term. Continue and revert. So let's see. This converts our Instantly AI requests. Okay. This cannot call the Instantly AI API directly from your front end. You need a backend proxy. Set up Supabase Edge Functions proxy. Okay. Can you walk me through step by step how to do this? Okay, so we're going to set it up in Supabase Edge, so it's just a backend server, which I've come to understand anyway from the literally the last video and this video. I've come to understand that Supabase Edge function is for backend use. So let's see, open your terminal, navigate to your project root, and run this function. Okay, so I'm going to quit this, click Q, gonna copy this. I was running some functions before this when I had to debug prior to filming. pwd, make sure I'm in the right folder. I am. Now I'm going to run this. Command not found. When I ran this command, I got this response. Actually, I do remember when I text, you cannot see it. I told myself to move it, like move the camera thing. Because I was looking over the other one and I was like, wait a minute. You can't see it. Because my big head is in the way. But anyway. So this also is command not found. When I ran this, I got this response. This means you don't have Homebrew installed yet. You have two options to install. I'm curious what is Homebrew? Because I have created Supabase Edge functions in the past through the terminal. So I'm asking what is Homebrew? Homebrew is a popular package manager for macOS. It makes it easy to install and manage software/tools from the command line. The command to use is brew. If you see ZHS not found brew, it means Homebrew is not installed on your system. If you've created Studio, you might be able to. You must have had the Supabase client installed at that time. Okay. So let's just continue doing the steps. It's not installed or not in your path. Ah, yes, it won't be installed in this no. I was working in the same project. I might just go through these steps here. Open your terminal and run. I'm just going to install it. Checking. The script will install. Let's go. You know, I don't really like entering my password in the terminal because I cannot see what I've entered because it doesn't show how many like dots you have. So I'm kind of just winging it, hoping I type the right thing. Okay. Says done. Let's see. Password. Now that I know what homebrew is, I'm gonna revert this and say I used the function in my terminal and got this response. Okay. Let's see what it says now. Oh, it's still doing stuff. Okay. I definitely did not do this last time. Open link. Homebrew documentation. I am not gonna look at that. Okay, let's see what. Where is cursor gone? Great job! You are now in the process of installing Homebrew on your Mac. This is the correct first step before installing Supabase. Once Homebrew is installed, install Supabase CLI. Let's do that now. Commands not found. Let me do this like this. Let's do that. Okay, so that's weird. I tried to run the command and I got this response. It's weird because it is wrong. Because I ran all of this and it looks like it did install. Next steps, run these commands in your terminal to add Homebrew to your path. Ah, okay, so let's do this. Do I do the whole thing? I guess I do the whole thing. And then do I just do this? And then this? Okay. What is this? What? Wait a minute. I'm trying to. Here. Brew help. Okay, okay. Here's what is new. Brew search text. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna provide all of this installation stuff to Cursor. So once I installed Brew, it said this. I'm gonna see if Cursor tells me to do something else. Let's see what to do next. Copy and run these commands in your terminal. Okay, so I did do that. Verify Homebrew is working. Let's verify that. It looks like it is. Install the Supabase. So it looks like it's working because it says 4.5.9, which looks like a version. Now it looks like it's doing something. I'm sure I did not do this last time, did I? Yeah. This is odd. Why I'm having to do this now? It contains NAR files and is 39.4 megabytes. Nice and small in file size. Now let's run this last command, Supabase. Cursor gave us. Verify Supabase CLI is working. It looks like it is because it gave us a version 2.3.4. Perfect. Looks like we are ready. Can you show me step by step what to do now for the Instantly AI integration with Edge functions? Okay, let's see if it works now. In your project where Supabase folder is, run this. Created a new function at Supabase /functions /instantly proxy. This creates a folder with an index.ts. Maybe we can see that. Oh, we can. Here's the new folder. So I went down in the Supabase file or folder, and here is the new instantly proxy that it said it created with an index.tx. Huh, nice. Okay. Add proxy code. Open index in your code editor. Replace the contents with this code. I mean, I guess we can do that. I guess we can do that. Maybe I just paste it there because these all look to be comments. Command S to save. Docker is running, uploading asset, deployed functions to project. You can now inspect your deployment in the dashboard. Let's look at it. In Supabase, I believe it should just be in Edge functions. Instantly proxy here. Here it is. Cool. So it looks like it's live. There's our Stripe ones, and now instantly. Cool. Perfect. Look, it created a Edge function in Supabase. Now what do I need to do? Should the function now work in our application? Let's see. Hopefully this works. Update your front end to use the Edge function right now. Okay. Okay. I'm going to ask Cursor to create a code. Can you create the create/update to account for the new code and the Edge function in Supabase? Let's see. It's created a to-do list. Here's that to-do list. It's generating. Okay, let's see how quickly it does this. It looks like that was pretty successful in connecting the instantly API and proxy and API requests to Supabase to act as our backend. Where is the app now? Here it is. We can close the developer panel. I'm going to head back to the dashboard and then let's see, let's accept all. Your application is now updated to use your Supabase Edge functions as proxy for all Instantly API calls. Okay. Fingers crossed this works. I'm going to refresh. It says, yes, I need to deploy it because I turned it off. Let me get the project root folder, which is here. pwd, we're in the right folder. npm install, npm run dev. Now we can go to localhost. Let's enter that. Go over to the table view, export to instantly. Now, no campaigns are showing. That's wrong because we have many campaigns. We have many campaigns, so that is incorrect. Actually, that doesn't matter. That does not matter. Let's go back here. And what about in here? Failed to fetch. Let me refresh. Failed to fetch. Let's go Command-Shift-C, developer panel, reload the page. Go over here, export. Okay. This time I got a course error that looks different. So this error looks to have some different information to it. So I'm going to copy and paste all of this. It no longer has authorization in the header. And also a 500 error. I saw here, I can see 500 here. This initiator could be some key information. Initiator. I'm just trying to provide Cursor with as much information as possible. And then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to copy all of this and then copy all of this. What about response headers? That doesn't look to be anything too important. Let's see what instantly says for this. Looks like there's a comment here. Ensure course response headers values are valid. Across origin, this looks like it's some important information as well. I also got this comment if it helps. Now, this should be the latest. This is very helpful message. Okay, so it's missing the access control allowed origin header and its response. You must update your Edge function to always include the correct course headers in every response, including the options pre-flight errors and success. Open, replace the code if you haven't already. Redeploy your function. Okay. So it seems it is this, and we just copy this. I mean, you know what? I'm just gonna ask Cursor to do it. Can you replace the code yourself, please? I'll try to get Cursor to do as much as possible and for me not to really interact with the code too much. Just so I can make it really look as simple as possible by me just talking to Cursor instead of me actually doing things. Okay, now we're going to redeploy this. I'm going to quit this, run that. Docker is not running. Uploading assets, deployed functions. Okay, looks like it's deployed. Now I'm going to go to the top again, locate the root folder, copy this pwd to make sure I am in the right folder. Looks like I am. npm install npm run dev. There we go. It's back up and running. Let's see. I'm going to refresh again just in case. Failed to fetch campaigns. I'm going to go back here and see what this says. Okay, it looks like they haven't connected it at all. Failed to fetch campaigns. Let's see. Command-Shift-C. Network. Reload the page. Let's go here. Across. Export instantly. Instantly proxy. 401. I am now getting a 401 error. The initiator. So if you're wondering where I'm getting the initiator from, I'm looking at this header here, and then this value's under it. So I'm just using that. Now it says I'm unauthorized. So this seems unusual because I've provided the API key. Or at least I think I have. Maybe I should double check that. Yeah, I've provided the API key. This should be working. 401 unauthorized from your Supabase. Each function means that Supabase is requiring authentication for this call. The request must include a valid Supabase JSON Web Token in the authorization header. If you want your function to be callable from the browser, even by unauthenticated users, you need to disable JSON Web Token verification for this function. Edit your function's config file. Let me read this again. By default, the request must include a valid JSON Web Token. If you want your function to be callable from the browser, you need to disable JSON Web Token. So I want anyone who signs up to our application to have access to this edge function in Supabase. Let's see what it says now, because I don't want the whole internet to have access to this edge function. I only want people who have access to and who have signed up to our application to have access. Edge functions require a valid Supabase JSON Web Token. If you want only signed-in users to have access to the function, do not use no-verify JSON Web Token. That's what I was thinking. The function will require the user to be logged into your app, and the Supabase client will automatically send the JSON Web Token in the authorization header. If you want anyone, even not signed in, to access, use no. I don't want anyone to have access. How to ensure only signed-in users can have access. Deploy the function normally without no verify. In your front end, make sure you're using the Supabase client to call the function. The Supabase client will automatically include the user's JSON Web Token if they are logged in. If you're using fetch directly, okay, I have no idea what this means. Can you give me a step-by-step breakdown on what to do? Because we're beginners here. We are beginners here. Absolutely. In your terminal, run. Okay, I'm going to run this again. I'm going to quit this and run this. Okay. Step 2, update your front end to use Supabase client function calls. Okay, I'm going to ask cursor to do that. Can you update the code, please? As I am a complete beginner. Let's see. It looks like it wanted to update some code with this code block and this code block. So I'm going to ask Cursor to do that work for me. And we'll give it a couple of seconds to load. And hopefully soon this is functional. I'm going to go back here to see what I wanted. So after that, this stage will be complete. And this stage, billings and settings page, that's a majority of that is just the front end, so that's not too bad. Airtable integration could also be a bit more hard to do, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how that goes. Let's accept this. It is still generating. Okay. Try exporting to Instantly AI or fetching campaigns. If you get any errors, let me know. Okay. Let's head back to the app. I will have to deploy it again. Let's see if I can remember. It's users / Shep Gardner / new test project. New test projects Cursor AI. I'm just going to copy this. Whoa. What is dquote? Q. Wait, I have no idea what this is. I'm going to have to quit the terminal. I'm not sure what that was. / users / Shep Gardner / no, was it like no test? No test. New test projects Cursor projects Cursor AI / email personalized software 2. Email personalized software 2. Let's ask Cursor, what is the root to this project folder? Because I forgot. Or I'm not right. Ah, it's a capital U. It's a capital U. No, no. No. I'm just going to copy this. PWD. Oh, we're not in the right folder. PWD. That is not putting me in the right folder. But when I run PWD, it doesn't give me the whole folder. Let me copy this again. PWD. That is not putting me in the right folder. When I run PWD, it says I am still in. I'm still in this. / users / Shep Gardner. That's because I have to put CD at the front. Ah, PWD. There we go. Now npm install. Let this run. It's taking a second this time. Npm run dev. It's taking a bit longer to load. Let's run this. Fingers crossed it works this time. Each function's returned a non-tweaked code. In our app, I got this response. In the developers panel, I got this response. Okay, so I'm going to look into the developers panel to see if I can get any more information to provide Cursor with. I'm going to do this, and we're getting a different error now. 404 error. The initiator. Initiator. And then I'm going to paste this in. Not found. We do get an API key and authorization. That's for Supabase, so they are temporary things. Let's see. A 404 not found error. Let me see if this is right. That is right. Function not deployed a wrong name. The function must be deployed with the exact name you're calling. Instantly proxy. Let's see. Instantly proxy. Let me refresh this to ensure it's the same name. Instantly proxy. Fix if your project in your project root run. Let's run this. I'm going to navigate to the project folder again. MPX. No. Yes. No. Okay. What was it? PWD. Where did I get whatever I wrote there? Okay. Let's run this. Docker is running, so that's going to install. Wrong project directory. You must run the deploy command from your project root where the Supabase folder is. Make sure you are in. Then run the deploy command. We did do that. Typo in the function name. The function folder and the name you use in your code must match exactly. Fix, double check the projects, check the folder name. Instantly proxy. I'm looking up here now. Email. Instantly proxy. All lowercase. Yes, that looks correct. Double check the folder name. In your code, you should call Supabase invoke. I don't know. Supabase project region issue rare, but if you have multiple Supabase projects, make sure you're deploying the correct one. I only have 2. Okay, I'm going to ask, can you check if this is in the code? Because it says in your code, where is it? In your code, you should call whatever that is. I don't know what that is. I don't think this will be an issue, a project or region issue, because I only have 2 projects that are in the exact same region. Navigate to your project root, deploy the function. I've done that. Test your app again. Yes, your code is correctly calling the edge function. It appears in both table view page and tables homepage. If you're still getting a 404 error, the issue is almost certainly with the function deployment or project setup, not the code. Okay. I'm gonna provide it with this. This is the response I got when I deployed the function. Let's see if it looks correct. Great. The message means that your edge function instantly proxy was successfully deployed to your Supabase project. The warning about Docker is not a problem. That could be a problem because we are local testing. This could be a problem. I am local testing on port 5173. So the place I get 5173 is you can see localhost 5173. 5173 is the port. Let's see, that's correct. So Docker warning only matters if you want to run and test Supabase Edge functions locally on your machine. For users deploying to Supabase Cloud, as you just did, is all you need. And your app running on 5173 can call the deploy function in the cloud. Does it matter that I am running the application locally? Should the edge functions also be running locally? Let's see. Let's see what it says. No, it does not matter that you're running locally. You do not need to run your edge functions locally for your app to work. Okay, let's refresh this. I'm not too hopeful that this is going to work. I'm going to access the folder pwd to confirm npm install npm run dev. I mean, I'm not too hopeful, honestly. I'm not too hopeful that this is going to work. Oh, we're already here. Yeah, because not much happened. It didn't feel like we changed anything. Okay, I deployed the app again. This, and then I'm going to provide it with Command-Shift-C, network, reload. I'm going to go here, network. Oh, network. Oh, what have I done? I'm going to exit this. Command-Shift-C, network, reload. Here we go. Back to network, export. Edge functions 404 again. Not found. I got the same error. It felt like we changed nothing, so I'm not too surprised. After deploying your each function means that despite successful deploy message, the function is not available at the expected endpoint. This is almost always due to one of the following reasons. Check the function name. Instantly proxy. Let me see. I'm gonna say, can you check the function name? Can you check the function name? Check Supabase project. Make sure you are deploying to the correct Supabase project. I believe this is personalized email software. This is the correct one. Check your dashboard. Go to your Supabase functions dashboard. Do you see installed? We do see that. Instantly proxy. Instantly proxy. We do see that. What if we go into logs? Log shut down. Maybe this is an issue. I'm also going to provide it with this because it says shut down. It says listening. Listening on localhost 9999. When I looked into the logs of the function in Supabase, it says that shut down. Event message shut down. And then this raw response as well. Raw response. Here we go. Okay, your function directory and file structure is correct. This matches the function name you are invoking in your code. The 404 is not due to a naming mismatch in your code or folder structure. Your function is deployed and the name is correct. Double check the Supabase project. Make sure your front end is using the same Supabase project as the one where you deployed the function. Your front end should use Supabase Co. This matches your deploy functions project. I'm going to ask it if it can check that. Check your Supabase dashboard, go to Functions tab in your Supabase, confirm that instantly proxy is listed and shows as deployed. Does it show as deployed? I mean, it's giving logs, so I assume it is. Deployments, 4, it's had 4. So that's correct. So it is making requests. Open this URL in your browser. You should see an error like when I enter this in my browser, I get this response. When I enter this in my browser, can you check if my front end uses whatever that is? Try deploying a test function, then visit. If this also gives 404, contact Supabase support. I don't really want to do that. When I ran this in my terminal and then entered this in my browser, I got this response. Let's copy that. Let's copy this. There we go. There we go. Gripping. What is gripping? Your front-end code is set up to use the environment variable, which is correct. However, there is no .env file found in your project based on the search, so the value via Supabase URL may not be set, and your front end may be falling back to an empty string. However, there is no .env file. There is a .env file right here. This can cause unexpected behavior. Create an env file. I do have an env file. Restart your dev. When you visit the function, you get this is expected. Supabase each function requires JWP. When your front-end app calls the function using a Supabase client, it will include the JSON Web Token if the user is signed in. After you add, I already have a .env file. I think Cursor cannot see the .env file because it doesn't have permission to access it since it's locked off. Usually they'll hold sensitive keys. In this case, they hold my test keys for connections. So, yeah. Okay, let's see what's said. Great, since you already have a .env file, you've set up and securely manage your environment variables for your project. I did rotate it and I did change it. Front-end variables, back-end function secrets. I was having the issues with with uh, even when the .env files were there, they have been there the whole time. Div server not restarted problem. Changes to .env files are only loaded when you start your div server. I changed these a long time ago. For Vite, only variables prefixed with Vite are exposed to the front end. Double check your .env file for correct prefixes. Vite, Superbase, and on key, that's right. Multiple .env files in the wrong location. Just on the project root, the app might not load the expected values. It could be this. I'm going to delete this. I don't need this. Maybe now it works. Problem, each functions do not use your projects.env file. They require secrets to be set. For each function, set secrets like service role. Oh, I'm not doing that. The reason I'm not doing that is because Superbase should do a service role key. Service role key is basically like the ultimate key in Superbase. So I do not want to hard code that anywhere. Superbase should handle that. If you rotate your Superbase, you must update all relevant keys everywhere. I have done this. Wow. Let's do this. Localhost is not deployed. Let me read this again. Oh, I could redeploy it now that I have deleted that other .env file. I doubt that was the issue. I had two .env files, like env, because one was an example from last time. For me to duplicate. So let's run this. I'm going to keep this developer panel open just so I can look at these responses. Yeah, it's 404 again. It looks like everything's okay though. I am getting the same 404. Let's look at this. That's right. I've deleted that. Superbase each function secrets. They require secrets. I think I've got the issue. Maybe, but that wouldn't work. Let me ask it. I'm gonna show you guys what I think the issue could be. So in Superbase, I have not set any instantly AI API keys for the function to use. Could this be the issue? The only place I have put an instantly API key is in the field within the app we built. Could this be the issue? So what I think the issue could be is that at the moment, we only have the instantly AI API key here. But if we head over to Superbase, in the secrets, I'm not going to click on secrets at the moment, but in secrets, you can basically create some keys, secret keys for functions to use, for edge functions to use. If you remember last time, I added a Stripe API key to the secret section. And that was before I regenerated everything. But yeah, I added my Stripe API key there to allow these edge functions to work. So I'm thinking possibly this would have to do the same thing. I'm also going to see if I can delete this somehow. Yeah. This was that test function Cursor told us to build. Okay, let's see it. Great question. No, not having an instantly API key set as a Supabase secret is not the cause of the 404 error. The function itself is not found. Wrong name, not deployed, wrong project, or wrong URL. The function is found, but you are not authorized. 500 internal server error. The function is found, but something inside it failed. How the instantly API key should work. If your app is designed so that the user enters the instantly API key in the front end, you send that key to the edge function as part of the request payload. The function will use the API key you send to the request. When would you do your current setup, your fields, you send this key. This is fine and will not cause the 404 error. I'm missing instantly API key will not cause the 404. 404 means function is not found. Please focus on the function name, deployment, and URL as the source of your 404. Just share the output of Supabase functions list, the code where you call the function, the URL you're using. Can you find the URL I am using and the code we use to call the function? And I will provide the Supabase functions list. Okay, so the Supabase functions list. The output of the Supabase functions list. This might be the URL actually. This is the URL. This is the URL from the instantly proxy edge function in Supabase. I think going to logs. Shut down. What does this say? Again, this is what the function says in Supabase logs. Once you provide the Supabase function list, we can pinpoint the issue. Okay. Let's clarify. Function URL. This is a RESTful HTTP endpoint for your edge function. If you visit this URL directly in your browser, you may get a 404 or 401 depending on whether you provide a JSON Web Token. How the Supabase client calls functions. When you use, the client will post to, note the difference. The REST endpoint is your main project's domain. The edge function endpoint for Supabase client is on the subdomain. So if you try to access a Supabase client's users, what to check? Is the function deployed in the right project? Run this. Let's run this. Run this. Supabase functions list. confirm that instantly proxy is listed. There's instantly proxy. So it is. Is the function name correct? The function name in your code and the deployed list must match exactly. This is the name of the edge function, and yes, it was listed. Are you using the correct Supabase project in your .env file? Supabase URL? You should be using Supabase functions invoke instantly proxy. Are you using the same... Wait. Are you using the correct Supabase URL? Wait a minute. They look the same? Are you using the Supabase client to call the function? I'm going to ask it if Cursor can check this. Can you check this, please? Oops, I was not meant to enter that, but anyway. About the log message. The log message you posted is normal. Function shutting down log, not an error. Please run and paste the output of that. Double check your .env file. Confirm you're using the Supabase client. Method, not a direct fetch. I do think there could be a possible error. And it could be with the anon key. Yes, I checked your code and you're using the Supabase client to call the function. Here's the relevant code. This is the correct way to call the Supabase edge function from the front end using the Supabase JS client. JavaScript clients. The client will automatically post to what this means. You're not using a direct fetch. You're correctly using Supabase clients. The function name matches your deployed function. The function is not deployed to the correct project, but you said it's listed, so this is unlikely. There is a mismatch between the project you are deploying to and the project your front end is configured to use. Double check your .env file's Vite Supabase URL matches the project where the function is deployed. Make sure you have restarted your dev server after any .env changes. There is caching or build issue. Okay, so the only thing it's saying is to double check this .env file. So what I'm going to go and do is project settings, and then I'm going to copy the project URL, paste it in here. It looks the same, and I think maybe because I have two of these. Maybe is it because of this? Before, when I was getting the login issues, this is before the video, I was getting login issues. The anon keys for the login and the creation of tables were different. One ended in that one doesn't end in set. One ended in set, I believe. Let me go here, project settings, API keys. Does this one end in set? One ended in set. Set, I'm sure it was set, and one didn't. Can you make sure the anon key is this one? So an anon key is like the API key. It's shown in the front end of the application, so it's, from my understanding, not too sensitive. I checked your project and did not find your provided anon key in any .env file, nor did I find... Is it not in here? Where's it meant to be? Where's a .env file meant to be? What is this? File and dot cursor ignore. It says it's disabled. Wait a minute. No, 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 no. It says my .env file is disabled. How can I enable it? It says AI features disabled. No, AI features disabled. File and dot cursor ignore. Wait, disabled for AI features. Features. File and dot cursor ignore. File and dot cursor ignore. I don't want to manually check this. It should be .env. And I can see it if I go reveal and finder. It's here. And there it is. So it is here. Maybe it's private to everyone. But no, it shouldn't be. Open your infile. Use the code editor to open your env file. Make sure you have these two lines. Save the file, restart your dev server, test your app. I already had this. Yeah. I'm getting to the end where I'm like, what is this issue? Like, actually a bit confused. You know, I'm going to see if I can figure this out and then get back. Okay, so I'm still not 100% sure yet, but I think I've found the issue. After doing a lot more debugging and a lot more digging around in the developer panel in Chrome, I came to see, I don't think it's something with the Edge function itself within Supabase, but rather the API request to instantly. So I fed in the instantly documentation. If you go at here, you can see you can feed in docs, and then you can add a new doc here. So basically what I did there was I provided directly instance, or actually I can go here. I went to the instantly AI documentation and directly pasted this link. If I go add new doc here, you can see, and then I just pasted it in there and clicked enter. I'm not going to do it now because I already did it, but if I go at instantly AI, you can see here is documentation. I could probably also find it if I go to docs. It's the top one there. Instantly AI, I've provided the documentation, and it seems that it was using the wrong endpoint because it was still on the V1 endpoint, but we are on the V2 endpoint. So it was requesting the wrong endpoint, and that's why we were getting that 404 not found. Even if we go into the control panel here, what I found within the same preview, if we go to preview here, we can see route get with the /v1/campaigns not found. So that indicates that the endpoint cursor was using didn't work, and it's the wrong one. So then I came over here to look myself, and it was indeed wrong. If we go down to campaigns, and we go list campaigns, which is the endpoint we're looking for, it's actually V2, as we can see here on the right hand side. So let's see what to do next. Check the instantly AI API reference. Look for an endpoint or section based on the REST conventions and docs. Try. So I see this one. So I'm going to provide it with this. And I'm going to say under list campaigns in the Instantly AI documentation. It says this along with this description. And then I'm going to provide the entire description. I did also start about thinking actually doing this in N18. Because I'm kind of wanting to do the whole backend within N18. But then I thought this isn't like a core functionality like the personalized emails are. But I think it could be good to do it in N18. I think it's a bit late now that we've done all this back and forth. But I think if I were to restart, I'll probably put it in N18 if I'm trying to put the whole backend within N18 and then just do a whole bunch of webhook calls to and from N18. But then I thought about it a little bit more, and then that would mean that it's more expensive to run, like the whole software, because then of course you have to pay for the N18 software itself. So I think we'll stick with this for now. Perfect. The correct endpoint to list campaigns of Instantly AI is that. So they were on the wrong version. Update your each functions. Change this line to update your front end requests. Optional add query parameters. Example each function code. Okay, I'm going to ask it. Can you update all of the code that you need to update in here on the front end and provide a full code block that I need to update in Supabase. In Supabase, if I need to. I'm not sure if I need to or not. So let's run this. I'm 99% sure this will work now, because I've physically seen the error for myself also. So let's do this. Accept this. Each function in Supabase update, replace the fetch line, front end update. Update the fetch line, restart your front end dev server if it was running. Test the campaign. Okay, here's the full code. I'm going to paste that. So I found the code of the edge function. So if we go back to edge functions in Supabase, I created a new proxy called proxy2. So I'm going to use that because I updated the whole front end code to this. And then I'm going to go over to code and then index.ts. And then I'm going to just delete all this and paste it there. Go deploy updates. Let's confirm. Yeah, we are now using version 2, not v1. Okay. I'm going to say to cursor, I have pasted this as the new index.ts in Supabase edge function instantly proxy 2 only, and have changed nothing on the front end. If paste that, if anything else needs to be changed on the front end code, can you do that, please? Okay, let's run. It is already changing some things. We will accept that. All the necessary front-end code is now in place. Deploy your updated edge function if you haven't already. Yeah, I will. Why not? Let's quit this. Let's just double check. Okay. The actual projects. I want to see what this one updated. Let's go here. Instantly proxy 2 last updated. Perfect. So I can probably delete this one now because I don't want to get confused between the two. I'm going to delete this. There we go. Okay. Now I want to, was it WPX? Wait, I'm just looking what the function is. npm install pwd. I'm going to ensure I'm in the right one. Then I'm going to go npm install. That's wrong. npm install npm run dev. Now let's open this up again. Let's close this. Hopefully it works now. I'm pretty confident it will work because that was a pretty obvious error. But let's see. Ah, it doesn't fetch the campaigns in the list. That seems like it'll be something wrong with the back end. I don't think there'll be an error here at all now. Let's see. Yeah, there's no error. But it does say this. Cool. There is no error anymore. It just fails to load the data. So I'm tempted maybe we connect this to N18 instead. What's likely happening? The instantly API is returning a response, but your front-end code may not be handling the response format correctly. The code expects a certain structure, but the actual response may be different or another property. I'm going to see if I can see the response in Supabase. I'm going to go to logs within the edge function. And then I'm going to, so 722.23, maybe this one. Boost time, deployment ID. Okay, that gives me no information at all. What about this stuff? Likely no information also. Okay. So that gives me no information whatsoever. So let's just see what cursor says. Log the raw response, add a console log data right after the function call in your front end, for example. Check the actual response structure, open your browser console, see what the response looks like. Look for a property containing the list of all campaigns. Okay, so what it's saying is to head over here, look in here, network again, reload the page, go here, click back. Okay, let's look. We still have nothing there. Items. Okay. So this seems like the list. In preview, it says this. Also, I notice, actually, I'm going to say that later. I was going to say I noticed there's only 9 campaigns because I believe this is the same with an N18. Oh, 10 campaigns, sorry. Usually they only return a max of 10 items, but I've far more than 10 campaigns. So that's a bit of an issue. Here is the response though. So I could feed this into what do you call it? Cursor. Here is the JSON response as well. Let's see. Thank you for sharing your full JSON response. Your front-end code is now correct as it uses... This matches the structure of the Instantly AI API response where the campaigns are in the items array. Okay, let's try it now. I'm going to refresh. Do I need to redeploy the Supabase edge function? I'm going to ask if I need to redeploy that to see if I need to update the code within the Supabase edge function itself. But it doesn't look like I need to. So let's click this, and there we go. We can now list them, which is great. But now there's that issue again, because if I go into instantly campaigns, you can see here we have far more campaigns than just 10, like a lot more. So what I'm going to do is ask. Cool. So the API response I noticed only returns 10 items per request. In my Instantly AI account, I have more than 10 campaigns. Each user will have a different amount of campaigns. So how can we fix this issue so that all campaigns show up? Let's see. To show all campaigns for a user, you need to fetch all pages after results using next starting after value from the API response. Aggregate all campaigns into a single list in your front end. How pagination works. So I know what pagination is just from NA10. It's basically saying what page, it's either what page or how many campaigns do you want to start from. So for example, when you do a loop node in NA10, you might say, with pagination, you might say, hey, I want you to get everything after the 10th campaign, if that makes sense. So say you have a list of 10 campaigns. So you say, if you said or set your pagination to 10, it's saying that you want to get every campaign after the 10th campaign. So in this case, it might be something like we need to count down 10 first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then after this test campaign from selling cleaning business, this is where it will start collecting the first campaign from if you set pagination to 10. So then it will get everything after test campaign because that's number 10, the number 10 campaign. So then it would get the next 10 because in this case, Instantly AI only returns 10 campaigns per request. So if you set the pagination to 10, then it will return selling cleaning business. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to new CRM campaign. And then it'll return all of those campaigns. And then if you set the pagination to 20, well, now it's going to start from scaling school strategic partners and then count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then if you set it pagination to 30, then you'll start an affiliate marketing campaign. And then count 10 again. And then if you started at 40 and so on. So pagination just tells the API what campaign you want to start at. And because instantly AI only responds 10 campaigns at a time, you would increase by 10 each time the pagination number. Most likely. Sometimes it's 1. But usually it will be 10. So to get the next page, add starting after value, repeat until next starting after value is missing or null. So this is exactly what I'll do in N18. Just do it visually. Update the front end to fetch all pages, so I'm going to ask it to do that. Use this function in your component. Replace your current campaign's fetching logic with... Okay, so can you update the code for me, please? And let me know if there is anything that I need to do. Okay. So hopefully this resolves the issue by using pagination. So yeah, again, I mean, it could have been easier to just do this in N18 just because I know how to use N18 and I've been using it for a very long time. So yeah, it could have been easier to do it there. Test campaign listing feature again. Okay, so we need to restart the feature. So I'm not sure if that just means refresh. Because it's a front end, I'm just going to do this anyway. pwd npm install. Yeah, I'm starting to think I should have just done this in N18. It would have been so much easier. But I thought it was such a little thing that I wouldn't have to do it. But now it's turning out to be a bigger thing, so I probably should have done it. And there is only 10. Okay, that's an issue. And also, does it show up here? So it's still not connected to this one. Oh, it is. Oh, and all of them are here. Oh, nice. Of course, I think I want to make this look more nice rather than this long list. Cool. So it works on one of the export to instantly AI buttons, which is the one in the, what's it called? The table view dashboard of all tables. And for the button within the tables themselves, that still shows only the 10 campaigns. Hopefully this goes ahead and fixes that now, but it's great that this is all working now. We can see a lot of campaigns and as it's functional, which is really all that matters. Also, if you add like Smart Lead, you might want to change this button to something else, to something like export, and then you'll choose your provider to export it to, and go down that kind of little rabbit hole there. Or maybe if you select, you could do something cool where like, depending on whether you use Instantly or Smart Lead, that will decide what exporting button will be here. That could be interesting. I'll update the code, restart. Okay, so we're gonna restart it again. I forgot what it was. I keep forgetting. pwd npm install npm run dev. What happened there? Npm run dev. There we go. Okay, so it's been redeployed. Let's enter. Ensure this is still working. There we go. It's fetch the campaigns. Let's look in here. Loading. There we go. Perfect. It's probably more efficient now I think of it, not having it in N18. Although you'll be connecting it through a webhook, I'm not sure. but this is pretty quick. Let's see if I create a new test table. Will it automatically allow me to? Yep, that's good. Okay, that's good. Let's add a new campaign and see if it gets added. Test automation. Edge function, okay. Actually, this might be the wrong API endpoint, so before I go ask, I'm going to go in here. I'm going to go reload. I think this will also be a V1. Version 1 instead of version 2. So version 1 is basically an old API endpoint and instantly. So if I go test instantly proxy, oh, it's a 400. Body must have required property campaign schedule. When I went to create a campaign in the application, it said this 400 error. So this should be pretty easy to resolve because it's just an API thing, and it's going to be when creating a campaign here. Let's see what's required. It said something, I forgot already. Campaigns starting after. Yes. So let's see if it fixes itself. Expects a campaign schedule. Your current code is only sending a campaign name without the required fields. Can you add all of the updates to the code? Okay. Now let's see if this goes ahead and fixes itself. There we go. We're going to click accept here. Let's see what it's doing. It's working in the tables homepage, which is correct. What you need to do, restart again. Wait, I'm going to see if I actually need to restart it or if I can just refresh the page. Let's see. No, test. Okay, I'm just going to restart it because it is front end. So it might be that it need. Oh, I did that wrong. Install. 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 So it might be because it's front end that I do need to change it as opposed to just refreshing the page. But we will soon see. Okay, it's back up. Let's do this. Let's go export. Let's go create test. Okay, let's go Command Shift C again. Network, reload the page. Click on it and then back here so it stays on there. Here we go. It's taking a little while. There we go, test. Let's see what happens here. 400 error again. Let's go preview. Bad request body campaign schedule time zones must be equal to one of the allowed values. Now I am getting this error. I'm also going to attach under docs the Instantly AI documentation, as well as directly providing it with the create campaign documentation. I want to provide it with an example post request. This is an example post request from the Instantly AI documentation. And then I'm going to provide it with all of this information as well. Oh, this is a long one. And let's go all the way up here. Past this. And here is the information in the create campaign documentation. Okay, so now it shouldn't get anything wrong because I've given it the docs of, what have I done? Given it context about the docs that I uploaded earlier, and also physically pasted in the information to the docs. So hopefully now it gets it all right. Let's give it 2 seconds to load here. There we go. There we go. What's happening here? There we go. I was thinking, if you deployed these kind of applications, I think that the sensible thing would be to actually get a developer as well to look over all of the code. Like a proper developer. But I think for small projects, it could be okay, like to just start and build an MVP, see if people like the idea of your software, and then get a few first users. And if you start to grow, then just hire proper developers. And then people like us just worry about the idea making and the marketing of it all. Restart. Oh, yes. pwd npm install. I wrote it wrong again. npm run dev. Localhost. Yes, refresh. Export. Hopefully this works now because I gave it everything. Oh, let's head over here. Is there a new one? We'll refresh. There we go. Test. Let's look in here. Everything is currently empty from 9 AM to 5 PM. Oh, and it's chosen the days you want to run it. So I guess you could just say, ask Cursor, hey, I want each new campaign to run from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday till Saturday. That's what I usually do. And I usually do from like 7 AM till 5 PM usually. Or you could even add an option, a filter, to allow yourself to filter this natively within the app. Let's see if there's anything else. Could adjust the daily limit because my daily limit would not be 30. That's a bit low. But anyway, the core of it's done. Now we can create and we can select the campaigns to use. Now all we need to do, actually, I still want this open. Now all we need to do is add the ability to be able to add leads to the campaign or a campaign that we just select. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to delete this. And I want to add some leads to here. So let's see, maybe it already works. I'm not sure if it's done that. Or maybe this is just static because I don't think it would have been that quick. Yeah, no. It's refreshed. Yeah. So that's still static. I didn't think I added that feature yet. I also would want to search, so I can search instead of having to scroll through here to find it. Perfect. I can now create campaigns and see all of my campaigns and select a campaign. Now I want to have the ability to create a lead in the Instantly AI campaign that I select. This will be done using the create a lead endpoint in Instantly's documentation. Most likely, let's look here for ourselves as well. It will likely be under lead, maybe. Create a lead, list leads, get remove. Yeah, most likely be create a lead. Most likely. Here is the info for it. I'm just going to provide it with the whole documentation to ensure that it doesn't do anything wrong or doesn't miss anything. I think this is the most reliable thing to do. So we're going to go all the way up here, paste it, and there we go. There we go. What needs to happen? Front end, add a form. I don't think we need a first name or last name. We don't need that. We definitely don't need that. Because when I upload lead lists, all I need is an email. Usually I have a company name as well, but or a name of some sort. So each time for each user and each list, it may be a little different. Some might not have a name, others will. But the one thing they will all have in common is that they will have a, what will they have? They will have a email field in the list. Everything else might be different, and you may have to create some custom variables. Take this all into account when lists are being exported. This would actually take a long time in N18 as well. I'm just thinking in my head, because before I was thinking, oh, it'd be quicker to do it in N18, but then I'm thinking more and more of the logic that you would have to create around the automation, and the more I'm thinking, that would start to become a pretty robust automation, and this is actually way quicker. Way quicker. So I'm going to say, can you update all of the code? Use mapping functions above. Make sure you always include email and campaign in the payload, or the campaign is selected, so of course, all extra fields will be sent as custom variables automatically. Okay. Let's wait for this to update. Fingers crossed, I've provided all of the documentation that it needs, and this is something I will now do in the future so it doesn't mess anything up. I'm likely always going to at least add the documentation of the APIs I'm working with in the docs section, and then also probably, most likely, do what I've just done and paste the documentation for each section that we're using directly into this chat. Because now we are likely to get very little errors, or hopefully at least the debugging stage will be much shorter when they do come up. So let's accept all of this. Okay. we will, yes, we have to restart it again. Let's go Q, let's go, what is it? I keep forgetting something, WPX? No. No, no, no. PWD. Yes. Starting to forget it now. My mind is starting to get fatigued. Run div. Restarting this like we were doing before. Refresh. Let's see now. I'm going to export these. I'm going to select the test campaign I just created. No. No, no, no. Export. I do not think that worked. That was too quick. No. So what I think is maybe it put the functionality on this one instead. So I'm going to select test. There's no leads there. This one. Test. I saw because it says it's actually quite helpful. It has the number of leads. No. Export failed. So what I'm going to do is, again, head into the developer panel. This is actually quite helpful. I've never used this more than I have today. Let's go here. Test. Export. But we get no errors. When I tried to export, it says this with nothing in the developer panel showing. Yeah, it's odd. It's odd. Nothing changes in here in the API request. It just stays here with the list of campaigns. Let's see what it says. What we need to know, the UI exported failed. Please try again. There are no errors in the browser console. The export logic runs in a try catch and sets the set. The errors could be from instantly AI bad request, super base each function, network auth error. Add error logging. Let's add console error to catch the blocks so you can see the real error in both. Okay, can you update the code? Looks like it wants to add that, so I'm going to let it add that. Check the required fields, that's good. I've tried exporting again. I could check that actually. Check the superbase edge function. Let's see, look in the logs. Most of the time. Maybe it's this one. I mean, it doesn't show much data. Not much data at all. Let's go here. Is there anything? Post. Let's say successful. Proxy 2. Maybe I double check this to see if it's added. No. 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 And nothing I could see there. So let's accept this. Okay. I'm just gonna restart this. pwd npm install npm run dev. Okay. Just gonna restart it just in case. Okay, let's go here, select campaign, test, export. Let's go Command Shift C, network, reload the page. Click onto the page, back to network so that we can look around here and select things. Alright, test. export. I am still getting this with nothing showing in the developer panel. It's like no API request is being sent at all. Remember, there are two export to instantly AI buttons, both in the table view dashboard and in the tables themselves. So take that into account. Maybe that's the issue because before, when we go into the tables themselves, like into this table, for example, and then when I export here and I select test. Oh, but this one shows an error. Okay, this is good. Lead is in block list. What? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna change this to a random email. Test@gmail.com. Sales@myconcept.com. Alright, let's test it now. Wait a minute. Let me exit this page, reload. Test. Export failed. Reload. Here. Export. Select. Instantly 400 preview. Lead is in block list. What? Wait a minute. Is this not saved? Test. Sales@concepts.com. Okay, actually, I want to create that first because maybe I uploaded these emails for some reason. Wait, I think I know the issue. So instead of that, can you make it so that I can create changes to the table, and for the changes I make to the table to save? At the moment, they do not save because when I refresh the page, it goes back to what it was. So of course, when I make changes, I want these changes to save. I click save, but then if I refresh the page, it's not actually saved. You can see there the email field it went back from. I wrote test to this email. That's not what we want. Of course, we would want it to save. So mm, let's go. Can you update the code? Okay, let's get it to update the code, and then this should be working because I'm going to add some random emails in there. I'm likely going to have to restart it. Although I will just try this now, see if it works. Test. Save. It doesn't work, so what I'm gonna... save table. No. No, no, no. Do you have to go save and save again? Oh, that is a design flaw. It's saved, but that is a design flaw. So I have to go here. Go save, and then save again, and then I get a pop-up. I do not need that. Okay, that would definitely need to be fixed, but it's functional, so it's okay for testing. Now we're gonna export. Ah, that is ridiculous. That is such a bad design. That is such a bad design. Okay, now let's see what the error is here. I'm gonna try export. I'm gonna select the campaign. No, I don't want to do that. Export 400. Let's go preview. Leaders in block list. Okay, I don't know what that means. Okay, cool. The table now saves. Now back to the instantly exporting leads to a selected campaign. It is giving me this error. Ah, wait a minute. I didn't paste the error. This error. Here we go. Let's give this a run. The new error is seeing when exporting leads to instantly. Okay. You can catch this error and show a user-friendly message. Yes, I do want to create that. Let the user know that some leads could not be exported because, yes, I'll undo all of that. Yes, please. Can you add all of these 3 features? Okay. So these are clearly blocked, and that would make sense because why would I allow tests? So what I'm gonna do, oops. I'm gonna do this. And I'm also gonna do this. And then I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna do this and export. Export complete. I hate these little pop-ups. I don't think they're very good. But this is design, and design's fun doing, I think. I like adding like the little features. Really, it's just getting the core of it done and adding in some pretty big features can be tedious. Can be tedious work, and there are those 2 leads. Uploaded, we have some fields that are not there, but then we have the PS, icebreaker, subject line, call to action, elevator pitch, and of course the email. And then you can directly use these variables if we go preview. No, not preview, sorry. Here, we don't have the first name or any of that, but we do have the subjects line, and you could do like subject line, and then where's the icebreaker? Icebreaker, elevator pitch, call to action, and then I believe we need an offer in there somewhere. Oh no, the offer's there. And then the PS, if we go PS down here, you can add a PS, and then whatever the sender account, I forgot what it's called. It's like a sender account first name or something, and then you'll be like, thanks or something. And then you can just simply use the variables and put them into the instantly campaign that you create, but it's pretty cool now. Now we have this core functionality, and I think it's just about getting the core functionalities built and then going on to the fun part of designing it and making the user interface look all nice. So yeah, at the moment, I'm going to delete these because I don't really need them. And yes, so that's very good. Everything is saving. We can update tables, we can export to instantly. Let's also confirm this button works. So I'm gonna test this, see if this works. Export failed. Try again. Okay, so it's not updated it. Okay, cool. Also, can you update the other instantly AI button in the table view dashboard? The one within the tables themselves are working, but not the other ones. So let's ask it to create that now. Try exporting again. You should have a clear summary of what's exported, skipped, or failed. So I will try that again. And I'm going to try with those test emails, like the test@gmail.com, to see what the message is. And then I'm going to do one test@gmail.com and one that I think is a valid one. Okay, so let's see if this exports. We need a refresh. We might need to even restart, but I'll see. If this doesn't work, I'll restart. Yeah, I'll restart it. Go over here, go Q, go pwd, npm install, npm run dev. There we go, we've refreshed it. Let's see if this works now. Fingers crossed. Exports. Okay, it's failed. I'm just going to see the actual error. It might be a little different, but we will see. This is working. Export. I cannot see an error. It just says there are no logs for me to look at in the developer panel. Thank you. If you see export failed, please try again. Oh, because it didn't add it. Did it? Accept. No, it did say it's added. So it did add before. I'm going to refresh this and hopefully error. I can see an error here, hopefully. Or if it just works, that's even better. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quit this. pwd npm install. I spelled that wrong. npm run dev. Let's go back here. Refresh the page. Export. Test. I still cannot see logs for the issue. Remember, it is the button in the table view of all tables the user has created, and not the button inside the tables themselves. If you see no logs and no network requests when clicking export to instantly AI button in the dashboard, the list of tables, it means the export modal handler is not being called at all for that button. Okay. Yes, can you add the code and let me know if I need to do anything? Okay. Let's run this. It's adding in the code now. Logging is now there. I'm going to quit this. pm install npm run dev. I've refreshed it. Let's go and see if this works now. Select the campaign, export. Please try again. All I see is this. Again, no logs to see the error in developer panel. I'm going to also look in Supabase to see if there are logs in the edge function under instantly proxy 2 logs. 8:20 now. Just says listening, booted. Raw. Yeah, this gives no information that I can read or understand anyway. Maybe this is something. Let's go raw. Yeah. I don't know what that means. I do not know what that means. Thank you for testing. If you see no logs in the console, the console log in the button on click is not firing. The render export modal log is not firing. The export handler is not being called. Okay, so what do we need to do? How to debug? In your table row rendering, you should have something like this. Add a fallback log. Okay, can you look through the code to confirm everything and add anything you think necessary? I'm also going to add the context of the files and the whole file or the whole folder of this project, email personalized software 2, and see if it can figure this out. The problem is not scoped in the correct table, so hopefully that is the issue. Yes, can you code that and fix the problems? Let's go. Hopefully this is the issue. It seems like Cursor was pretty clear about it. The problem is this. So let's accept that. Okay, I'm going to, just in case, do all of this again. Restart this, run it. Export to instantly, test, export. Export complete. But failed too. Let me look in here. What emails are in here? Ah, yes. because the other two invalid emails. So in here, um, I'm going to delete this table and delete this table, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if this works. If at gosurveyflow.com, save table. If I go back here and back in, okay, it's saved. Now if I use this, this, one should work and one shouldn't work. Exported one, failed one, and it provides the email. Okay, that's good. That it provides this message. But, of course, I want to make that look better. I'm not going to now because there's still a bit of things I want to do. And I also need to confirm that the lead was added here. Yes, one was added. So now I've got automatic filtering, which is pretty cool. So it filters out the invalid leads from your instant lead automatically. So that means it will also automatically see what leads you have already uploaded as well, which instantly already does, but now we're just doing it through the API automatically from the click of a button, which is pretty cool. So all of this functionality is now good. Of course, the design could have a bit of working on, but it's all working. And that is great. Now that that is done, that took a lot longer than I was anticipating. We can go into here, highlight it, give it a strike through on these two things. I think I'm going to go to the next most important thing, and that's the Airtable integration, because I think that is the biggest thing, and the billings page and settings page, that's pretty small. And I will most likely be leaving this and not doing that. So I'm going to create an Airtable integration. And yes, do that. I think that this might not actually be as difficult because we just need to create an integration. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, or I already have the integration page open actually, which is not this page. This was an example one. It's one of these. OAuth integrations. This URL right here. So if you head over to https://airtable.com/create/OAuth, I'll provide this link as well for you guys. We can register an OAuth integration. So basically the users can simply sign in with the Airtable account to connect their account, just like we created with Google Sheets. So I'm going to say, can you create a section in the dashboard for the users to create their accounts? No. Can you create a settings page which has a page called integrations, called connections, in the settings page, where the only integration I want at the moment placed there is for Airtable, which is a new one that I am connecting to our application. Okay, so while that generates away, I'm going to register a wolf. I'm going to name it test personalized email software to integration. OAuth redirect URI. I'm not sure what I should make this. I'm going to ask Cursor what I should make that after it has done this. I'm going to ask it because I'm not sure what this should be, whether it should be the local host 5173 or if it should be something else, I'm not sure. So I'm gonna wait for this to generate, and then I'm gonna ask it that. Perfect. When I am creating the integration with Airtable, what should my redirect URL be? Okay, and while that does that, I'm going to refresh this. It hasn't done it, so I'm going to quit this. I'm going to do pwd npm install npm run dev. There we go. Now it's going to refresh, and hopefully that page is there, but it doesn't look like it's there, so maybe it's up here. Connections. Ah, okay. That wasn't really what I was looking for. I was hoping for it to be within the menu, but I guess it's okay for now. Again, not too bothered on what the design looks like at the moment. I just want everything to be functional. Okay, so I'm going to use this URI, it says, because this is only for testing. Register. Let's go homepage URL. We don't really have one at the moment. Name. Client ID. Okay. The scopes, I'm gonna click all scopes. Although, what are we gonna need to do? We're not gonna write anything at Airtable. We are only going to read stuff. At the moment, that's what I'm thinking. Because we don't need to create anything, we're just reading it. Yeah. I think even then we could delete the part of the automation that creates a Google Sheet and emails them. I think that's unnecessary now that we have a table built into the software itself. So I'm just going to use read, everything read. And then I'm going to do support email. I really need that at the moment because I am just testing it. Okay, let's go save changes there. I don't believe we need anything. Okay. I registered an application. Now what I want to do is for that button you created for Airtable called, what was it called? Connect Airtable. Connect Airtable. I want that to be functional. What information do you need? I have this client ID, this client ID. Do you need anything else? Let's see. If we do need the client secret, the generate a client secret, I want to provide that directly into the cursor chat because it's a secret. It's a secret for a reason. So I'd prefer to not show that directly and paste that directly in the cursor, but rather just paste it myself within the .env file, which holds all of the sensitive credentials, which in this case isn't sensitive because I'm going to be deleting them shortly after, or replacing them. Airtable client ID, you provided redirect URI. What did you register as the redirect URI? Yes, this is the redirect URI. For production, you'll need this for exchanging the code for the token, but for front-end only demo, we can start without it. For scopes, I selected all scopes for reading. What to do next? What I'll do, update, set up a route in your front end to handle the redirect and display the code/token. Accept. Okay, what I'm going to do is refresh this and see if it works. Connections, connect Airtable. Confirm redirect. Invalid request. I tried to connect, then it redirected to our page, but it was blank and the URL said this. Let's see if I can sign in again. What if I cannot sign in? There we go, I can. But that connecting Airtable did not work. Yes. Says if yes, I'll make the change for you right now. I want it to make the change to code. Whatever it's doing. Updating the button. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to accept that, of course. Now let's refresh. Connect Airtable. Okay. It says this when I click the button in another page. So what does it say? This third-party integration failed properly to construct a request Airtable to Airtable. I'm gonna see if here. Yeah, no errors. Oh, there is one. Can I click on the error? Comment? Wait, error. It's down here. Let me open it. Authorize. Client credentials. Okay, so it's the next morning. I figured out the issue last night. It was super simple. I spent a good other 2 hours trying to debug this from when I stopped. And yeah, it seemed to be simply that I didn't correctly paste in the client ID and the client secret into the Supabase Edge functions secrets correctly. So here with the Airtable client ID and Airtable client secret. So I just seemed to incorrectly paste the client ID and client secret there after implementing or after Cursor implemented some more logging or more messages so we could narrow down the issue and see exactly what the errors were doing. Yeah, Cursor found that there was trailing spaces with my ID, which I'm not sure how there was. I was sure I got that correct. So yeah, that's what happened there. Where was I? Over here. So I'm gonna refresh this. Now everything should work. Hopefully it works. again, connections. I also created a new project or integration in Airtable. It's just called, what's it called? It's called personalized email software this time. And I gave it all scopes because, yeah. Okay, so it did connect, but you guys didn't see that, so I'm going to connect again. Because there's nothing to say you're connected within the software, so that is something that I want to change. But you can see Airtable connected, and then it redirects us to this messy page as well. Yes. So now I think I'm going to ask Cursor if it can display when we are connected and not connected. Okay, so this is taking too long to load now, so I'm going to create a new chat, I think. I am also going to add the context of the entire folder. So that's email, personalize. Right here. Can you display to the user when they are and are not connected to Airtable, just like you have done with the Google Sheets integration and the API keys. I believe it says, yeah, connected. Valid key. And then here, once you connect it, you're able to sign out of Google Sheets as well. So I want to have the same here. Okay, let's see what it does. Where are we? Fetch and display the status in your UI. Airtable connection status. When the user successfully completes the connection, you should flag in your database, Supabase, indicating the user is connected. If you already store Google Sheets connections status, you should do the similar approach. Okay, fetch and display. Okay, can you add all of the relevant code and tell me step by step what I need to do if there is anything? Okay. Go to your Supabase, open the table editor and select your users table. Table editor. I do not have a users table. Click add new column. Uh, okay. Okay. So let's start with Supabase. I do not have a users table in the table editor. Could we run some SQL to get this set up? So the SQL again just being that the commands you can paste in Supabase for it to automatically create tables on behalf of you. Where am I? Run this SQL to create the table. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it in this SQL. It's a little like the terminal, this. Now we can go back to table editor and we should, once we refresh, yep, there it was. We had a new users table. ID email created at Airtable connected. Okay. Now what? Confirm table creation. Okay, so we've done that. Now, okay, cool. Now what do we need to do? Can you update the code in the project folder if needed? Okay, let's run this. Looks like it is going to update some of the project files and the code within our project. It's doing that right now in this folder. Let's accept that. Okay, now it's going to a settings section. And it has added some things. Command Y, Command Y. All set. So we created the users table and the Airtable. OAuth is connected. Settings UI. What you need to do, update your OAuth start link. You'll see replace OAuth Airtable start with the actual URL. What? I'm going to say I'm not sure what this means. I am not sure what this means. Can you look through the code and find for me? Okay, so I'm not sure what it's. Well, I probably could find it, but I don't really want to do it. Because again, I just want to keep myself as much out of the code as possible. In your settings, there's already a button that starts the Airtable OAuth flow. Fallback, what you need to do, you do not need to update, okay? So we do not need to update it anymore. The connect to Airtable button in the settings page is correct way to start the auth flow. You do not need to change any URLs. If you want, you can remove the unused. Yes, can you remove the unused link for me? Okay, so it's going to remove that, and now I'm going to head back here and see if anything's changed when I connect. Oh, right here. Oh, so it's tried to create a whole new one. There we go. So this is going to be wrong if it's still there. You created a new part for the Airtable where it says not connected. Could you say something like just can you keep the integration at connect Airtable and only change the status once they have connected and say something like connected with the color of the button changes to another color. Can you do this in the already created Airtable button, not the new one? Okay, so let's see what it does here. I want it to be connected to this already synced and working Airtable button and integration. Let's tick this. Tick that. Refresh this. Okay, so now upon updating the code you just did, I got this pop up in my local host 5173. Let's see if this means anything. It said I could just press escape, but no, I cannot. So it has done something very wrong there. But you can restore checkpoints, so I might have to do that. Okay, so I'm not sure what it did. I'm going to see if I can see the missing closing tags. Fixed. You can now refresh your app. Okay, let's see if everything works. Also, after that, because that errored out, I think I am going to make sure that absolutely everything works, along with Google Sheets, because if it doesn't, then I'm going to revert back, restore this checkpoint on up here, restore the checkpoint before it changed the code. Connected, that's all good. What if I click it again? So I think once it's connected, I want a disconnect button as well. Yes, and now I'm also going to ensure all of this stuff works. Still. This always takes a second. Yep. That's good. And I'm going to confirm this works. Perfect. There we go. See, I kind of want to pop up like this. I think that's the best way to do it. So I'm going to ask it, can you create the Airtable button to be like the Google Sheets integration button, and for the connected sign to look like the Google Sheets button does. Or actually, no, I think that's good. I think I'll prefer it to just say connected. Just simply say connected like it did. Cool. So the Airtable button says connected, but when I click the button again, it says connect to Airtable, which I do not want. Once the user is connected, if they click the connected button, I would want it to remain saying connected. And I want there to somewhere on the Airtable integration section to say disconnect. Okay, so I want to disconnect button as well for when they connect. Just like in the Google Sheets, you can say sign out. Okay, I'm going to accept all of this. I'm going to see what it says. Okay, it looks like it did all the updates. I'm going to connect this, grant the access. Please wait. Airtable connected. disconnect. There we go. If I tap that, no longer disconnects. If I go here, when I click disconnect, does everything from that integration disconnect? Or is it just visual at the moment? So of course, like the Google Sheets, how you can sign out and how that's functional, I'd want this disconnect button to also be functional, of course. And also in the settings page, I think I want these to be more like kind of rectangular rather than big long banners. Currently, when you click disconnect, the code updates the Airtable connected column in your Supabase users. Let's see. Refresh this users. So Airtable's connected true. Let's disconnect. Let's refresh. Hopefully this changes to false. Airtable connected false. Okay, that's working. However, this only changes the connection status in your database in the UI. It does not revoke the OAuth token or disconnect your app from Airtable. On Airtable's side, any tokens or credentials you may have stored in your database, if you store these, are not deleted or revoked by this action. So it's only visual, it's not a full OAuth revoke. If you want to ensure the user's Airtable account is fully disconnected, tokens deleted / revoked, let me know. I can help you add code to remove the token from your database. Optionally, call Airtable's token revoke endpoint. Is this industry standard to do this? Revoke OAuth when users disconnects their integration. Let's see what it says here. Okay, so it says you should. User trust, compliancy. Delete any stored tokens. Update the UI / database. Okay, so I guess we do that. I guess we try to revoke, but first what I want to do is I think I want to actually just get everything running. So I want to make the changes here in 18, and then I also want to add a button here for them to be able to upload a Airtable URL, I think, where I go no invite links. I guess it's just this. Create an invite link or share to web. No, I just want an invite link. Yeah, so I'm going to do that first before I go down that route of revoking the keys, because first I want to make sure everything is working. Okay, so we will leave that for now. What I want to do is add another section where users can upload their Airtable URL. I want this Airtable URL for a table where their messy leads list is. I want this to be in the section somewhere where the current Google Sheets part is, where users upload their Google Sheets URL of messy leads. Okay, let's see if this works. Hopefully it just adds another section here. And then see what happens. Let's see here. Would you like the Airtable URL to be saved to local storage Supabase or just kept in React for now? You use state and possibly local storage. Let me know. I'm going to provide the context of the whole folder. Can you do whatever the Google Sheets one currently does? Look through the code to see. So I just want to do what Google Sheets does. I don't think we need to create a backend database or store this URL anywhere because there's no real need. This will likely only be one time that they upload this. Unless you could even add a feature where the user could choose how many rows they want to extract and personalize. You know, whether it be 1,000, like for example, if they have a list of 10,000 leads, you could add an option for the user to say, hey, I only want you to scrape from rows 1 to 1,000. So you could set like a max number of rows and just set that to 1,000 or something like that. Or whatever the user wants. They could use any number. Okay. So it looks like it updated. I'm going to refresh. I might have to quit this and refresh it. In the general tab of your settings. No, 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 I do not want it there, so it's there. Can you take it out of the settings page and put it next to the Google Sheets one? Like, at the moment, there is a upload file and then another tab for Google Sheets that the user clicks on. I would want the Airtable one to be next to Google Sheets. I have attached an image of what it currently looks like. So I'm just going to take a screenshot of this. Here we go. Let's enter that. Get this to run. Reading. Okay, looks like it's updating now. Let's leave this to run. Oh, can we see? I wonder if you can see and track what it's updating live. Yeah. So right now, where are we? We are right on the end of the Airtable integration right here. And then I just got to make it all functional. I think I'm going to do that. So create another webhook in NA10. That's an instantly AI webhook. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, that just got me lost. Instantly AI, why did we have a webhook for that? Do we have a webhook for that because I was going to use it when exporting the leads, maybe? But that doesn't matter anymore because that's functional. So this can change. I'm just going to rename this to Airtable. Airtable, what's it called? Upload lead list. Upload lead list. There we go. And then I guess, oops. I guess I'm going to copy and paste this down here for the new version. I'm thinking on maybe tying these two in. So if they choose the Google Sheets routes, then it goes down here. If they choose this route, then it goes down there. Or maybe we keep the webhook the same each time and then we create a filter and we ask Cursor, hey, when they click personalized email, can you send a piece of data to the webhook that tells us whether they have uploaded a file, inserted a Google Sheets link, or an Airtable link. I think that's what I'm going to ask. So then we can create a filter here to define what route it has gone down. I think that is the best way to do. Best way to go to do. Okay, and then we can now remove this. So I'm going to go, great job. Can you now remove the old Airtable URL section that is in the settings page? Okay, hopefully this doesn't take too long. I'm going to, I think, connect Airtable now. At the moment, we've only enabled one scope because that's what we defined in the app, but we have the ability to enable all scopes because that's what I defined in the integration. You can see I enabled all scopes, but within the front end, we're only requesting this. Well, only requesting that partly because I really restricted the scopes when I was debugging with Cursor. Let's go connections, connected, disconnect. Okay, it's been removed. It has. That's perfect. Okay, let's accept all. And I'm going to say, okay, great job. Now, when the user clicks start personalization, can you send a piece of data to the webhook that says what method the user has used to upload their lead list, whether it be a Google Sheet URL, Airtable URL, or if they have uploaded a file, can you let the webhook know which method they have uploaded their lead list with? Okay, I think that's good for now. And then I'm going to test this and test it just with the webhook. to see if I'm getting that piece of data, and then create a filter to filter down the different paths. These paths here, this path right here will be the same always. It will just be like a starting part here where we're getting the data and then feeding it into the loop node. So that will change from the Google Sheets section to the Airtable section, and that's why we need a filter. Let's accept, says done. Let me get my Airtable open. And I believe it must just be this then. Allow emails from creator, create invite link. Share. One invite link, copy link. Hopefully this works. Use this Airtable. I'm going to paste again. Going to go to one of the past runs and paste or copy the prompt from there. Paste it in here. Make this look all nice. There we go. Use this. Okay, so there's an issue already because when I would use Google Sheets, I'd say use this Google Sheet. Now I cannot even click the personalization button. I cannot click the start personalization button for some reason when I have pasted a Airtable URL in the field for uploaded lead list. Can you look through the code and find the issue and fix the issue? Hopefully this isn't too hard. What I'm thinking is that it's because my Google Sheets account is not connected, and I think it'll be something linked to start personalization, where earlier we have said Google account is required, where now it isn't required. But because it's saying it's required, then that's preventing us from being able to click start personalization, since earlier in this project I asked, I'm not sure if it was Cursor or Bolt, that I want this field to be required. So that will be preventing us from clicking this button, and we just need to update that. Okay, so it looks like it's creating the issue. Let's see if that was the issue. User enters an Airtable URL and clicks. It does not notify the parent, the main app, to update the upload method and the data source. That's why the personalization button does not work. For Google Sheets, you call on Google Sheet URL to update the parent. For Airtable, you need to do the same. Okay. Okay, so it says it is working now. I am going to copy this, refresh, paste it back in. Airtable URL. Oh, it's saved. Have I connected? I've connected. Maybe I'll paste it in again. Copy. Okay, so that did not work. I'm going to say what I think it is. The button still does not work. Perhaps it is something that where I need to connect to Google Sheets in order for the button to work, because I remember in the past I added a function where the user is required to connect their Google Sheets account. This is no longer the matter. Google Sheets connection is not required. Only an OpenAI API key is. Okay, so I'm pretty confident this is the issue because it does even say here that the Google account is required. We can even confirm if this is the issue by connecting my Google account and then seeing if the button does work. Yeah, so that is the issue because this is required. If I run this, right, I'm going to disconnect that, run this. It's going to error because we're responding to the webhook. We're responding by using the respond to webhook node and not immediately. So because we have no respond to webhook node attached, then of course this is going to error, but we have confirmed the request is being sent to N8N, and that is the issue. That is because Google Sheets integration was required. And yeah, and also for those of you who don't know, when we select here, by default it's set to immediately, but by using response webhook node, basically what this is doing is it will only send data back to our application once everything within this N8N workflow has been processed. So once all emails have been processed, it will come up this field, this path, and then we'll reach this response webhook node, where only when the N8N workflow reaches this node, it will respond to our application with all of the necessary data. So that's what that does there. Let's see, I want to sign out of here because I want to pretend I'm not using Google Sheets and I'm actually just using Airtable. Let's accept this, and I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to also look quickly what it said. Okay. Looks like it's been updated. I'm now going to again get that prompt from here. Paste it in there. Delete all of these /ends. These /ends or /ends just mean or represent a new line. So there we go. I'm going to repaste that, use this link, and let's listen. Start. Okay, it reached it. That's what we wanted. And I'm going to change this to immediately temporarily to see what kind of data I'm getting. Let's see. Google Auth is empty. Data source. Okay. Instead of using, or I do want the URL actually. Lead source list, Airtable. Okay, so we do have that. We have the OpenAI key. So now what we can do is we can add a filter in N8N, and we can say, hey, if the lead list is equal to Airtable, lead list equal Airtable, then I want you to go down this path. And for this, I'm also going to pin this data just so I can test. And then what I want to do is I want to get their refresh token. But I don't really want to do that. Do I want to do that in N18? I mean, you could hash, like, when dealing with sensitive keys, I believe there is like a dot hash or something. Yeah, hash, which basically encodes the data that's being passed through. Because I'm just thinking whether I want to handle like sensitive data within N18 or not. You could even hash the API keys. But I think when you hash an API key, I actually want to test this. But this is bare, yeah. I think when you hash an API key, you have to unhash it to use it. We could actually test it right here. Dot hash. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So it doesn't work. You have to unhash it, but I don't know how to do that. Okay, so the data we are missing to be able to read their their Airtable. So we're getting their Airtable link here. We are getting the lead list, but now we are not getting an auth token that will be required. Perfect. So now the only thing I need to make this work is an token from Airtable. I'm not sure if this should be the refresh one. It's not meant to be the refresh one, I'm sure. Or or another one. But can you add a function that automatically resets the auth token if it needs to be reset, like the Google Sheets one does? Can you do this using the refresh token? So, I know in Google Sheets you use a refresh token to get access to a new auth token. Auth tokens last around 1 hour. And so you use these refresh tokens to basically get a new auth token that you can then use to make API requests on your Google account. And then when they expire or when they get close to expiring, you need to use a refresh token to basically regenerate and create a new auth token. How Google Sheets does it, how to do it for Airtable, refresh token expires at. Okay, so we have the same tokens as Google Sheets. Access and refresh. Create an Airtable auth utility. Check if the access token is expired. Create an Airtable auth utility that handles tokens refresh automatically. Show you how to store and retrieve the tokens. Add an example code. No. Can you walk me through the best option to go down? So I think it'll be one of these options because I don't want to use example data like it said down here. I think I want to store it in Supabase though. I think that'd be more secure than local storage. And I think that's what Cursor will also recommend. A JavaScript class or module stores current access token. Where to store local storage versus Supabase. Simple to implement, no backend database required, fast access for the user. Tokens are accessible. User must re-authenticate if they clear browser data. Oh, so I don't want to do that. I don't want them to have to re-authenticate. Okay, so let's use Supabase. Let's use Supabase, I think. For quick prototypes, I think, yeah, let's just put it in Supabase. Okay, let's use Supabase for this. Can you walk me through step by step everything I need to do? If you can do it, then you do the relevant things you need to do. If I need to create tables in Supabase, can you provide the relevant SQL? I'm actually not sure what SQL stands for. What does SQL stand for in computers? Structured query language. It's a programming language. Huh. Okay, let's see. Run this SQL in the SQL editor. Okay, let's copy that. Head over to the SQL editor. Paste that. Give it a second to run. Let's read the next steps. Update your OAuth callback to store tokens in Supabase. You'll need to update your Airtable OAuth callback to call a Supabase upsert. I will make the code change for you. Okay, so 2, I'm gonna say, can you make that code change? 3, create an Airtable auth utility. Fetch tokens from Supabase for the current user. Check if the access token is expired. Yes. Can you create that for me? 4, whenever you need to make an Airtable API call, can use the utility to get valid access token. Can you do that if needed? 5, okay. Can you update all the relevant code for me? Okay, success. Let's go to the table editor. We should have a Airtable tokens. I'm thinking, does RLS need to be enabled? I believe RLS is like a password. Yeah, restricting security because all these Stripe ones have RLS enabled. You cannot see it. But then this does not have it enabled. So yeah, so I think why would I not have RLS? I just read this last sentence. With RLS enabled, anonymous users will not be able to read or write data in the table. So why would you not have RLS enabled in all tables? I'd have to look into that, but if I were to put this live, I definitely probably would enable that. But again, I'd look into it first. But I probably would. Oh, but not for this. Not for this. Because this is for users. Like the users who upload and create new tables. So I guess that makes sense. And users, I think that makes sense as well. And Airtable access tokens must then make sense also. Yeah, that's something I'd have to look into, but it's okay for now because we're testing. Let's accept all. After successfully, okay. And can you send the auth token to the webhook if they are using the Airtable one? Then send the Airtable auth token. Okay, let's ask that to send the Airtable auth token to N8N. Okay. I'm going to go here and refresh this. I'm also going to unpin this data. Command S to save. Accept. Command Enter to run. Airtable. Paste it in there again. Use this. I'm going to go to the past execution. And once again, copy this. Paste it. Delete these. Delete. And delete. Start personalization. Let's see if we got an auth token this time. We got that. Webhook URL. It does not look like we got an auth token. Okay, is this connected? I clicked start personalize. I believe that's what it's called. And connected my Airtable to the integration and got no. What did we get? We got no auth token sent to the webhook in N8N. And auth token should always be sent to the webhook when a user clicks start personalization. If they have connected their Airtable account and are using Airtable in the upload lead list section, then the user's Airtable auth token should be sent to the webhook. Yes. You know, I might have to connect it again because now I'm thinking of it, we created something in Supabase that's going to be storing these tokens. So I might actually have to connect again and see if a new token is put in here. Yeah. Okay, so now probably it will work. Because now an auth token is in there. Use this. And before there wasn't. I'll just leave that like that. I need to run this. Let's see. Access token. Cool. Log when the user's Airtable token is fetched and sent log if no token is found. Okay. Cool. So now what we can do, HTTP, and let's head over to the Airtable API, where we are going to say get records, I guess. API, this one maybe. List records. I guess that's what we're looking for. Table ID or name. The base ID. So this will need to be an expression. We will need to add a header, because I see here authorization bearer your access token. So that will go there. The header name's authorization bearer. If we go back here, we need to dynamically place in Airtable access token, just like that. And then the table name. The table name or ID and the base ID. I actually don't know what the base ID is. And here is there a base ID and table ID from Airtable? Hopefully there is, because then we could just... Oh, that's the wrong link then. That link is an invite link to collaborate. An invite token. Okay, so I pasted the wrong link. Maybe this is it. Share, maybe this is it. Is there those IDs in here? Okay, so we need to use this link instead. We need to use this link instead, so let's head over here. Let's replace it with this. Use this one. Run this. Start. Go here. Use a set node. And let's go back to the webhook. Use the data source. Okay, so those links hold this. Are in this variable. How can I in NA10 extract the table and base ID using set node? So I'm just going to ask our little friend to make this much quicker, because now I just want to really try to make things go quickly. To extract, a regex can work like this. Okay, so if I look in here, it's getting the APP one. And then this looks like the table ID. So this looks like, what was the first ID? The base ID and the table ID. Alright, let me just copy paste this again. base ID, and then table ID. Oh, it's not there. Here. Delete all of that. There we go. Extract base and table ID. Let's pin this data. Run that. Then let's replace base ID with this. And replace the table ID with this. And fingers crossed this works. Did that get 2 items, 0 and 1? It did. So we can see here, I only had 2 rows, or I'm not sure what they call it in Airtable, but I only have 2 rows of data. Or I do have a 3rd row as well, which is empty. So that must have been why we got that 3rd row. Yeah. I'm honestly not too familiar with Airtable. I'm a Google Sheets guy. So I'm assuming that's why we got this 2nd or 3rd, because it starts at 0, 1, then 2, so 3. Getting this because we have that empty row. But the good sign is this works, so we're going to go list rows in Airtable. And now, I think I am again going to remove this part. Also, but I'll do that after. So I'm just looking what I did with Google Sheets. So now we're preparing prompt for processing. Read sheet. Okay, yes, so I need to make each row individual. So I'm going to go code. And then I'm going to say fields, records. So I guess it'll be for this. And I'm going to say, in this code, can you split everything under this object into individual items? Let's see what it does. Okay, I'm going to say answer now. Here is the code you need. Let's see if this works. Should output 3. Not 36. No. Oh, everything under here. No, sorry. Everything under here, I mean. Everything under this array, I mean. But only the parts. But I only want you to split every time there is one of the variables below, which will be this. Then the next one would be 1, then 2, and so on. Okay, let's get it to update the code. Let's update this. Run it. Got 3 items. 1, 2, 3. That's perfect. Again, I want this to be deleted, but I'm not sure Like, how do you even delete rows? What? I'm actually not sure. I'm actually not sure. Um, uh, I don't even know how to delete these. Um, okay, I think I'm just gonna leave that. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. Okay, then I'm going to copy, duplicate this because this is for the prompt. Where did that go? So this is preparing the prompts for processing. We set this up last time. Just basically putting it in the valid JSON for the OpenAI node. And then I can feed that directly back into the loop node. But now what I want to do is I want to add another filter to see what this spreadsheet, what they label the spreadsheet routes. But before I do that, I want to make sure everything works. Yes, yes, yes. Let me replace this. The dynamic variables just changed a little bit. So let me switch that around. Hopefully all of this works. Add email values. Okay. Actually, actually, I just realized something. We are currently putting the data back into the sheet or into our application by feeding in all of the Google Sheet data. Yes. So, what do we need to do? We could create a new Airtable, but then that can get very messy. I think I just want to put data into our table. So I'm going to ask Cursor how we can do that. Perfect. Now, how can I, once the data has been sent to the webhook, add rows to a new table? So when I click start personalization, I want to be able to send data to add a row to the newly created table one by one. How can I do this? Okay, then what I'm thinking is that right? This might actually eliminate a lot of it. Now that we're not using Google Sheets, it might be like, let me delete that. It might be that I bring back this wait node, and then I add a This could even be deleted. I add a respond to webhook here. And then I add a wait. And then I go around again. And then every time I respond to the webhook, that's basically creating a new row in the table. If that makes sense. So if I run this, get it, and then do this. So all incoming items, I'd actually want to set this data first. And actually what I want to do is also, I think, extracts the headers, because that is something that's not provided in the ChatGPT response. So I'm going to see if this works. I'm also going to pin this. So let's see if this works. Does it extract the headers? It does. Okay, now what I want to do is also use the format email values also. So let's connect that. And let's run this, see what that outputs. It outputs that. And then what I want to do actually is add a set node to set all of this data. So I want to set this. Ideally, I'll set it in the same one, like that. And then I would go email content, email content, content, and then go here. The reason I'm setting all the data is because when I use the response webhook node, I'm saying all incoming items. So then I want all of the data to be put in there. But then I think it could be better to format this in another way. So basically, you'd say like, before this, where these zeros are, you'd say like, whatever that variable is. So like, subject line is 0. So you'd be like subject line colon, then this. Okay. At the moment, I have this code. It outputs something like this. Then I have this code. Which outputs something like this. Wait a minute. Which outputs something like this. How can I kinda merge these two pieces of code so that the end results would look like this? This icebreaker will go there, elevator pitch, there, call to action, there, PS, there, and then email, test@gmail.com. Note that these will not always be the same. The headers and values will always be different. So make the code dynamic and There we go. I think that'll be okay. I'm just gonna answer now. I just want to get things done quicker. Final working code. Let's see if this works. Copy this, go back. I'm going to delete this. And then the reason I want to do this and merge it together is so that it can make a little bit more sense for cursor. And just to handle the data on the back end, I think it would make a little bit more sense. There we go. Let me see what format this is under, because I would like it to be under an array instead of individual fields. And also, did that actually do what I wanted it? No, it didn't really. That didn't add the headers to the values themselves. I would want a header like cells. So I want you to hard code the headers into the values, into their corresponding values. Answer now. To confirm, here's a minimal example. Dynamic parsing. Let's do this into this. Go. Run this. Okay. That's outputting the values like this with the dynamic header being something like this, subject line, but I want it to be like this, subject line, header, subject line, value, subject line, so the header value is also in the value that I can map. Okay, hopefully this works now. Let's go back, code node. I believe that's a new update. Like how you can switch between nodes on the left and right hand side. 6 items now. Okay, so it did the right thing with the elevator pitch, call to action, PS, and email. Cool. Now can you make sure all fields / items are under one array? Okay, let's see this. Let's go back here into this. Hopefully it just outputs one item. It did. That is not one array. That's a string. Okay. That's a step in the right direction. It is now one item, but isn't under an array. No. But all the values are not under an array. No. No, I do not want each value to be under its own array. I want all variables to be under one array. The other code never puts the variables in any array at all. Yes, that's what I want. Let's see. There we go, that's what I want. Drag and drop that in there. You can see now it's one array with all of these variables under it. So when you map it, you get this string or this array field, which is what I'm looking for. Okay. Now I can paste that in here. The respond to webhook node will send JSON that looks like this for each new row to be added to a new table. For the first respond to webhook data that gets sent back to our table in the application, I want you to create a new table, and then for any other data that gets passed from the same webhook, I want you to just add a row to the table. I'm actually thinking now whether what is happening? Whether we go down a path so that the first time it runs, it responds to webhook with another piece of data. So we could do similar to what we're doing before, where on the first run, it goes down here, down another path, where you go and say an if statement. So basically saying if, or essentially we're just using this if statement we had before, which I deleted. Nice. But we're basically saying if we don't have a row value, I'm going to ask if we can make this return a row value also. In this code, for each item you output, can you add a row number to the bottom of the values, starting from 1 for the first item, then 2, then 3, and so on for however many items there are. And I forgot to paste the code. There we go. Let me now run this. Row number is 1, row number is 2. So this is how I'm going to count the items. I'm going to say if the row number is equal to 1, then we're going to go up this path where that is okay. If it's not equal to 1, then we go down this path. Okay, and then response, put in response field, create table. Let's see where that puts it. Hopefully this puts it in the response somewhere. Did it not? No. What does this do? The name of the response field to put all items in. That didn't work. Create table. Create table. All incoming items. Respond with text. Do you know what I could respond with now that's just one content? I'm going to respond with text, attach this array, and then say create table. Now this should work if we respond with text. Because now everything's under one array, we're only sending this array. This one array. Where is create table? Wait a minute. Create. Why is it not being put there? Create. It is not being put in. That is very unusual. It shows it right here. Ah. Okay, interesting. So what I'm going to do then, so it said there for text, when using expressions, note that this node will only run for the first item in the input data. So it's only running for the expression. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a set node. Create table. And then I'm going to add this expression in here and attach to the bottom create table. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to execute previous nodes to get this variable. And now once I put this in here, there should be create table at the bottom and this should all work. And we should now see create table. There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this manually. You will know if it is the first item after a request has been sent to personalize emails because the request will have create table in the response like this. Other times it will not have create table and look like this. So we're going to delete that create table section. Do you think we would need anything else to identify which tables, things, data needs to be added to if the user runs multiple email personalization requests, perhaps an ID or something, or can you handle that in the code? Okay, so we have created that. And then basically what I'll do is I'll loop around again to the loop over items node. But yeah, now just removing the reliance on Google Sheets and trying to move everything back into our application that we've created. I wasn't originally going to do this, but it turns out we've had to do this in order to connect Airtable. So then in turn, the same thing will happen. I'll have to adjust Google Sheets a little bit. We'll need to remove these two nodes, which are basically only used to create a Google Sheet, which we are no longer using, so we don't need to do. And let's see what Cursor has said. What has it said? Oh, this is a long response. Great question. How to handle table creation and row insertion. When create a new table, if the webhook response contains create table in the data, you should create a new table in your database. Use a unique identifier for each personalization request. Okay, for that, I'm going to ask it to return a UUID to the webhook whenever a user clicks a personalized response, or when they click the button to personalize their response, or personalize a request. I forgot what the button's called. Start personalization. Once they click that, a unique ID called a UUID, I want that to be sent to the webhook that we will use to uniquely identify that. And that's what Cursor said here. The webhook in your backend should include this ID in every response, so you always know which table to add rows to. What you need to implement: generate a unique run ID. And it says UUID here. Okay. When you receive, create a table response, create a new table and store the mapping run ID table name. For subsequent rows, use the run ID to look up the correct table. Add rows to the correct table for every webhook response. Use the run ID to determine which table to insert to. Okay, that's a bit confusing. Can you run me through step by step what I need to do and what you are going to do? I think when a user clicks start personalization, a unique ID, UID, could be sent to the webhook also. And then you could handle the ID on the front end whenever requests with new IDs come through. You will know which table to put that data in. Okay, so basically what I asked it is, hey, send me over a unique ID to the webhook, and then whenever I respond to the webhook with a unique ID, can you basically create some code to identify which table that needs to be put into, and basically set the ID. We might have to use Supabase to store the IDs, but I'm not sure yet. Yes, proceed. Let's proceed this. Mm, Run that. Accept. Run. The unique ID is now set. Generation is sending. Package installed. When your webhook response come back, you should use your run ID to determine if you need to create a new table. First response for that run ID or contains create table. For all subsequent responses with the same run ID, add rows to the same table. The front end is ready to send a unique run ID. If you want, I can help you update your front end to track tables by run ID and add rows accordingly. Or if you want your backend, or if your backend slash webhook is responsible for table creation and row insertion, I can provide example logic. All my backend does is sends data back through a webhook. Da-na-na. Webhook sends data back one or more times. Front end. Yes, proceed. Okay, so now it looks like it's going to create some code on the front end. And it looks like I'm getting an issue with the unique ID. But it looks like it fixed itself. Okay, so I'm going to disconnect this, unpin this data, run this, and now I'm going to submit another response. Use this. Let's use a past response. Click on this webhook. Let's go to table. Paste this in. Okay, that didn't save. No problem. Start personalization. Let's see if we see a unique ID now. Run ID. Okay, let's use this run ID. I'm going to pin this data and I'm going to send the run ID each time. I'm going to pin this. I'm going to disconnect all of this and I'm going to run this. And so for each run, I'm going to attach a run ID. Run ID. Going to go back to the webhook node. Scroll all the way down. Here it is. Where's the run ID? Right here, and I'm going to put that in there. So now I will also have to create a set node here. It should actually be the same, so I'm going to copy and paste this. But this time I need to remove create table. There we go. And then this should all be okay. We are going to could honestly do all incoming items. It doesn't really matter. This could also do the same. All incoming items. Because it's just going to pick out what's in this edit fields node or the set node. So let's run this. It should just be the same. Yeah, we got that run ID and create. So let's go here. Now the JSON for the response looks like this when you need to create a new table. The add a row response JSON will have everything except create table. And I will also paste that in here and just remove create table. So remove everything there, add that. There we go. There we go. Thank you for your clarification and example JSON. Here's how to handle this in your React app. Okay, the create table and run ID are inside a string in the create table. What I will do, update your webhook response handler. Next steps, I'll update your handle. You don't need to do anything extra, proceeding with the code update now. Alright, just call handle webhook response array. I am going to be responding to the webhook that you send the notification to when the user clicks start personalization, which is this one. Okay, I'm just going to confirm that this is correct because this response to webhook node is responding to the webhook that was sent the data in the first place, which is this webhook here. And this webhook is connected to this button. So I'm curious what is he gonna say? Cursor gonna say? Okay. So we are good to go to test. Okay. Let's test this out then. Let's look at the tables we have. We only have one. Let's see if a new one gets created. Let's go here, here. I'm going to go table, copy this, paste it in there. Boom, boom, boom. We are going to run this, or unpin the data first. Run that. It's waiting, start personalization, error. Respond using respond to webhook node. Whoops. Let's run that again. Start the personalization. Let's see. A new table was not created. Wait, actually. It's got in a thing down here. I might need to say, I want you to create a new table. Okay, it didn't work. Remember that I want you to create a new table in the table view dashboard and add all of the relevant headers and values into the table. I saw a new header in the home page at the bottom called personalized tables. I do not want that to be there. Okay, so it looked like it tried to add a table down here, right at the bottom, which is, of course, not what we want. Do not want that to be creating a table down there. So let's get this prepared again. Use this. Let's see. Here's what's happening. The code I added earlier displays personalization tables at the bottom of your page. You do not want this. Instead, you want new tables with headers and values to be created in your existing table view dashboard. How your app handles what needs to change. When the webhook data comes in, if it's new, contains, creates, what I'll do, yes, please change the code. Okay, let's give it a second. So at least it looked like it tried to do it. Now just being a bit more specific on what page I want to do it on. That was a mistake on my end. I should have mentioned what page I want this on. So let's leave this to run. There we go. Coding away for us. Okay, looks like it made the updates because it just refreshed. I will need to copy this again. Let's see, has it done everything except... Okay, let's see if this works. Use this. Let's run this again. It's listening. Start. Let's see what it does. Okay, a new table was not created. It says success, but I do not see any new tables created in the tables page. Unless it added the data into here for some reason. It didn't. Maybe I need a refresh. Nope. Okay. Whew. Okay, your Subase tables table does not have a run ID column. It only has headers and data. How to fix? Okay, we're going to run this SQL editor. We are now going to paste this in and run it. Let's see what else they have said. Use another unique field. Recommended steps, run the SQL, let me know if it's done, and I'll confirm / update the code to ensure everything works as expected. Success. Let's look in the tables. Table. Taking a second to load. We've got an ID name, user ID, run ID. I have added the run ID to the Supabase table. Can you now check the code? Okay, hopefully that was the issue. This run ID has just been added. Let's see. Your code is now correct for the new schema. Check the table view dashboard. The new tables should appear in your table dashboard. Okay. I don't think they'll be there now. But I think if we run this one more time, fingers crossed, this adds a new table. Let's go down here. Let's add this in. Use this table. Start personalization. Error. Okay, so the authorization failed. It says it's undefined. Where is Airtable access token? It's not here anymore. The Airtable access token is no longer being sent to the webhook. Let's see if I'm connected to Airtable. Says I'm connected. I disconnect and reconnects because I think I might know the issue, and that's that we haven't added any logic to automatically refresh the tokens, like using the refresh token. Okay. Let's run this. Hopefully it works this time. If it does, then I know that's the issue, that the token is not being refreshed. Okay, so I'm going to run this again. Let's see. Seems to be running a bit longer. It did work, so I know that's the issue now. But a new table was not created, so I know that's the issue and that's something that needs to be fixed. But I think I still just want to focus on this. I think it's the most important part for now. Let's see if a new row has been added here. Okay, this is odd. New tables are still not being added when I run the start personalization button. It says it was successful, but then I go into the tables view page and nothing is there. Personalized emails created at date. Run. Run that. Here's what we know and what to check next. Your front-end code is correctly sending the request and attempting to create a new table in Supabase with the run ID headers and data columns. The table homepage fetches all tables from Supabase and displays them. The table is not being created in Supabase. The table is being created, but not with the expected data. Okay, so I cannot see any new rows being added to the Supabase table. RLS is disabled. RLS being this little thing here. Check for errors in the browser. Okay, we'll do that. Check your Supabase directly. RLS, if you find any if you find errors or see no rows, please copy any error messages you see here. Okay, so I will do that. I will indeed do that. I'm going to enter the developer panel as this runs. Stop listening. So I'm going to run this, go here, gonna use that, paste that in there, use this, gonna open this now, go to network, network again, start personalization, let's see, there's 0 errors. I see 0 errors. It's in the developer panel. This is the last request. It doesn't look like any actions are being done after this. This request is coming from my webhook. Nothing seems to be happening after this data is returned. So that seems to be the issue. Seems to be the issue. Airtable. That's for Supabase. So we cannot see the access tokens anymore through this developer panel because it's being sent through Airtable, Supabase. So we cannot see any of the auth tokens like we can in Google Sheets. That's why I was going to change the Google Sheets integration to also be integrated within Supabase, but for now, I'm going to leave it. I think this might be the last thing I do. Fixing this and making sure it all works. Shifting everything into this application natively. Because I think that's the biggest thing. Billings and settings page, really, that's just talking. But this is another big, or bigger, feature. So let's see what Cursor has said. Your app is not actually calling to handle webhook response with the webhook response data after the webhook is returned. You send the request to your webhook. The webhook responds with the JSON you showed, but there is no code in your app that listens for the webhook response and calls with that data. You need to update your code. Okay. Okay. Yes, can you update the code? So this makes sense, the error it's talking about, because it doesn't look like after the data is sent back, because the webhook data was the last response I saw with all of the JSON from NA10. Nothing happened after that. No other API requests happened. So it does make sense that this is not calling something else. This webhook is not calling something else, or code is not set up to watch when this webhook responds to then call another webhook or another API to create the table. So it does make sense. And hopefully this works now. What I'm going to do is head into NA10 and again copy this, paste it. Oh, it's already pasted. I'm already ready to go. Just watch, run this. Fingers crossed this works. Of course it does not work. I'm going to run this, and I'm going to see what is happening in the developer panel again. Okay, so let's run this, see what is happening. Now this is the last one. Again, nothing's happening after this. Again, this is the last response. Is the Supabase JSON handling correctly in the new JSON format? I remember that before because the JSON format would have been different because we're feeding data in from Google Sheets. So because before I was feeding in different JSON from Google Sheets. So I think the JSON structure will be a little different now. Not sure what's happening, just a thought. Let's see what it says. That didn't seem to do anything. There are these stripe, but stripe's not what we're looking for here. Nothing happens after this. We get user. I mean, you get quite a lot of data in here. What are the comments? No label. A form field element has neither an ID nor a name attribute. This might prevent the browser from correctly autofilling the form. Add a unique ID or name attribute to a form field. Text area. Boom. Okay, that doesn't look like anything. Would you like me to update your code? Yes, update code, please. Update the code, please. Now it's running. Running away. Wow. Everything is a lot of debugging, especially when you're a beginner. Like myself. I think I've learned so much over this time of working with Cursor and like building this. Learning a little bit how to code a bit more. Leveling up that skill. Even though I could still never do any of this. I think it's just reading it and identifying errors I'm getting a bit more comfortable with. Pass the webhook response to the array of header value strings into an object for each row. Okay. Testing again. I'm going to open this just in case. Everything is ready to go. Let's get this ready. Command Enter. I'm going to make this smaller. Start personalization. This time there was one request. That is not a good sign. Still nothing was created in the app, nor was anything created in Supabase tables. Table, I assume if nothing was created, then it also was not created in here. Maybe I delete this. Could see if that does anything. Don't really know what this would do. That shouldn't really affect anything. Let's just delete it and see if this does anything. Let's run this. Let's add this. Use this. Maybe this does something. Okay, so now it's stopping here, not at a post request. Now it is stopping here, though, not at the post request. This has no response data. Okay, so we got response headers, request headers. I'm not sure what this is requesting. I would assume. No, it is stopping here. No, it is stopping here. Oops. Let me redo this. It is stopping here. Let's paste it in. So it's stopping at the exact same spot, it looks like. Because then all of these are Stripe, and those are not what we're concerned about. We're concerned about this webhook that's not triggering something else to create the table. Maybe I provide these comments, maybe? I did get these comments. Add logging to debug. Best practices for form fields. Okay, so that doesn't seem important. I'm going to say, yes, can you add logging, please? So we're going to add some logs to see if we can reveal the issue that's happening. So hopefully it adds some logging functionality to the code now. So that in the developer panel, in this panel here, we can see some issues which would likely be down in here somewhere. So let's see. Accept that. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, let's go here, 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 use this, use this. Let's get this to listen. Make sure I have that copied. Start personalization. What's here? We have requested the FatJoe API. There's an AI assistant. Issues. These are the only messages. No other logs. It stops here. Is there anything else I need to do in Supabase, perhaps? I don't think you would need to create an each function. If would you like me to show you exactly how to update your? You can look through the code. Can you update it? Agent. Okay. Looks like it's updating it now. So let's see what happens. Give that a big tick. It's now fixed. It always returns the past JSON. Now, please test again. Let's test it again. Again. I'm going to refresh the page to reset everything. Close the menu. Paste it. And use this table. Start personalization. Let's see. Oh, this is new. This is a good sign. It didn't stop here. Alright, we've got the moment of truth. Ah, okay. But something did happen, so I think something in Superbase maybe got created. Yes. Okay. We are getting somewhere. A row has been added to Superbase. However, the table was still not created in our application. We've got the run ID and everything, the name. I do want to see, and I'm going to provide it with what Google Cloud Console showed, just so it knows. I'm going to run this. I'm going to go start personalization because this is the last request. Now this is the last request. Initiator. Yes, I think that will be okay. Let's provide it with that information. So it's a good sign that a table is now being created in Superbase. Hopefully there's a second one now. So there is a second one with a new run ID. But we can delete this for now. I'll keep one and delete this one. So let's just allow that to delete. Let's see. Great progress. This means the backend logic is working and the webhook response is being processed. Why is the table not showing up in your applications? Check the table view dashboard, fetch logic. If a new row in Superbase, if the new row is in Superbase, it should appear unless the headers. Does it have a value for name? Does it have a value for name? It does. Are headers and data not empty? Headers, data, yep. Can you look through the code to see? I'm also going to add the context of the code, files and folders. What's it called? Email right here to see if anything needs updating. Okay. Maybe I do refresh this. Let's see. No, still nothing there. Let's go back and see. It's reading based on tables. All tables in Supabase tables should be displayed unless there's a filtering condition. The code features all rows. If they're on Supabase, if a row is in Supabase but not showing up in the UI, possible reasons are the row missing name, one name is there in Supabase, two headers and data values are there in Supabase, three, the page needs to be refreshed. I have refreshed. Four, the row is being inserted into a different project database. The only other table I have is empty. 5. There is a bug in the table page. Probably a bug. I think that this Supabase table only handles adding new rows to a table that has already been created. No, because when I manually create a table and then add a row to that table, um, that row appears in the tables table in Supabase. I do want to confirm this. So let's go here. How many rows do we have here? It was 1, I believe. It's just 1. If I go here and I go test, does a new row get created? Let's see. A new row does get created. And then what about when I go here and I add a new row here? Test, 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 save table, refresh, table saved. Where does that row get added to? Does it get added here or okay, so this is for tables. Okay. Let's see. Where does that row get added to? I'm not sure how it gets saved. Wait, what's the name? 1407-2025. Okay, so let's run this. See if it works now. Let me go back here. Hopefully a new table gets added. Right there. Use this. Let's run this. Ready to personalize. Okay. Let's see if this works. Says complete. Perfect. There is that table, but no values. No rows have been added. So that's what we need to fix now. If I run this again, does a new table get created? I also want to confirm that. If I run this again, does a new table get created? It does. That is perfect. It is working now. Okay, so now the rows are not being added to the tables. the tables are being created, but no rows being added. How can we fix this? I'm thinking that you'll have to create a new table in Supabase because I don't think we have a table that saves like rows added. So let's just see what cursor says. Add logging for row addition. You already have logging in place. When you receive a non-create table response, you should see logs like this. Okay. Okay, so then what I'm going to do to confirm is I'm going to loop this around one time to see if a row then gets added. So let's connect that. Use this. Take this prompt. Let's just do that. Make this watch. Paste it in there. Start personalization. So it should create a new row and then add a row. Create a table, then add a row. But it does not. Let me refresh. Refresh. It does not work. We won't see it. The last thing is tables have been created. Let's go into here, see if I can see anything. Tables. These are all gets, okay. If you want, I can add even more detailed logging. Yes, add some more logging, please. And how is the rows currently being stored and saved? Because I do not see a table or anything in Supabase. So I'm not sure how they're being stored, so I'll ask now to see and confirm how these are being stored. So let's run this. Run it away. It's generating. Let's see, there's 12 comments, but these are just the form fields gained. They are no issues. So let's see what happens here. I'll likely have to run this again, so I'm just going to get it ready. Let's see. It's taking a while. Anything. Can you check the code? Let's see if this is a bit quicker. There we go. It's checking the code. Just have to be a bit more specific with the AI. Let me make this bigger as well. Just looking. It has made some changes. You now have even more detailed logging. Logs are current Logs the current table data before updating. Trigger the webhook. Okay. Let's open this. Open this. Trigger this. Go back here. Go start personalization. What have we done so far? We've requested, we've created a table. Okay, so we've got 2 warnings here. So again, you can click up. If this is gone, you can click up the top here to open this panel. This is a lot of information. Let's see. I'm going to, oh my good, no. I'm not going to drop down all of this. That is a lot. I got these messages. Let's see what they say. Let's go here as well. Go in here. Still no tables. This seems to be the last request. But this is the last real request. I'm going to say this seems to be the last request. Thank you. The webhook response is being passed correctly. The headers and row object are passed as expected. The code reaches attempting to create a new table in Supabase, but table created successfully null. This means the Supabase call is succeeding, no error, but the data is not being returned, hence null. This is likely because you are not using .select after insert, so Supabase does not return the row. Okay, how to fix change, test, add, yes. Yes, can you update the code? So again, I don't really know what it's saying. Like, I don't know what update the .insert and .select is. Yeah. So I'm not too sure, but lucky we have Cursor to do it for us. Okay, let's go. And I will need the AI response, I believe. Yes. Let's go over here. Copy the AI prompt. Save that and run it. Paste the prompt in here. Paste that in there. Use this. Let's open the developer panel again. Let's reload this page. Close this. Okay, we have to put it in here. VC. Start personalization. Okay, so we've called the webhook. Tables 201 created. Okay, so we're not getting those messages anymore. Let's see. It is not added. Is this the latest one? It is the latest one. I ran it and there are no messages anymore. Only this. This looks to be the last request that was sent. So I'm going to run this again just to confirm the last request that is being sent. So I'm going to copy this again, paste it there, going to go here, use this. Is it running? Now it's running. Okay, let's see the last request that is sent after this. And it seems to be this one. And I'm going to provide it with all of this information, the payload and all. Request payload, payload, preview response, response. And I think that's okay. Let's run that. See what they say. We do have 30 now. These are just form fields, so that is nothing. What's working? The table's been created in Supabase with the correct headers and the first row of data. The format is correct in an array strings. Data is an array of objects. You're only seeing the table creation request. To add more rows, your webhook must send an additional response to the same run ID without create table in the string. If the webhook does not contain create, okay, so that would be something I'll need to fix. Can you change the logic so that if a request contains create table, can you create a table along with adding the first row to that table? And if there is not create table in the web hook response, then what do we do? Then simply add a row to the corresponding table with the run ID. Okay, so it looks like it's not doing what I want because the first respond to webhook node that executes responds with the create table part of it, as well as the first row that I want to be added to that to that table. So I want it to create a table, add the first row in one request, and then after that, just add rows. Because in NA10, right, we're getting this set node, which sets the JSON email content, and then I'm just adding create table. But then in this one down here, I don't have that create table section, but everything else is the same. So let's see if it can fix that. The app will now create a new table if it does not exist and add the first row. If the table already exists for that run, it will simply add the row to the existing table. If the webhook response does not contain create table, the app will add row to the existing table for that run ID. Okay. Let's listen. Is this all ready to go? I might refresh this page actually. And paste in there. Paste this. Yes. Scroll down, start personalization. Let's see if the logic has been updated. This looks to be new and it's post request, which is a good sign. It's not a get. Still not being added. Let me see if I go like this. Does it just add it for some reason now? Just go back here. Go there. Go Airtable. There. Run this. It should run twice now. Start personalization. $201. This is the last response. It seems that there is not another API call when I call the respond to webhook node again in NA10, as I am thinking on responding to it multiple times. Is that possible? Okay, what I should provide also is that the headers are correct, but it's just the values aren't being inputted. Why you are not seeing more API calls? If your in workflow sends multiple responses to a single webhook request, only the first response will be received by the front end. If you want to add more rows, you need to trigger a new webhook request from the front end, or your NA10 workflow send all rows in a single response. Okay. What's happening? Also, it's good to note that the headers are being put into the tables correctly, just not the values. Okay, so we might have to do a little bit more stuff in NA10 to try respond to this all within one response. So, yeah, we have to do that. And how can we do that? Well, we could try loop around and then do once all of these have been looped over, we could email the user again and then we could add an aggregate possibly field. I'm going to see if we can aggregate all of the responses into one response, and then if we can feed that all into the response webhook node. Wait a minute. First, I need to change this. So basically what I'm thinking is deleting all of that, or maybe just using this with the run ID. So I'll delete this one, which holds the table create button or whatever it's called. And then I'm going to loop this back around. I actually probably don't need the run ID in this one. I'll keep it there anyway. Okay, I might just run this and see what happens. Let's just run this and see what happens. I'm going to quickly run this as well. I am going to fetch this prompt. This one here. Let's get the prompt back here, there. Let's go here, use this. Start personalization. Ah, let's run this again. Start personalization. Okay, let's see. Does this work? It should loop. It's probably going to loop 3 times because we have that empty row there. Here's the 3rd time, and then it's going to go up here. Okay. So there is 3 items, which is a good sign, and that means possibly I could aggregate all of these fields, which would be very good. It would be very good. I'm going to change this to respond immediately. Actually, no. I'm going to pin this data. And then I'm going to disconnect this and run this. Hopefully, if this returns all of the data into one clumps, then this should work. And this should end up being a lot quicker than what I was thinking. I feel like it's always the opposite, but let's... Yes, that's very good. I feel like it's always the opposite. The things I take long actually take a short amount of time, and then the things that take long, the things I think will take short will take long, and the things I think will take long take a short amount of time. So, yes. Let's now use this. I want to feed in the new JSON structure. It might be a little bit different, but hopefully this works now, that I'm feeding it all directly into the response to webhook node in just one response. So let's see if this works. Okay, let's get the JSON. Okay, I am sending the JSON back in one response. This is what it looks like now. Update anything if you need. So now with each response, you will need to create a table and add the relevant headers with the values in the rows. And there will not be a response call including create table anymore, because there will only be one response. Can you update the code? Okay, hopefully this works now that it's only one webhook response. Okay, so it's updated. Let's accept this. Your code is now updated to handle the response with the new webhook response format. The webhook sends a single response with create table. No. I explicitly said that the response will not contain a create table key. Remove that. Oh, wait, no. It is under create table. Ah, so I was wrong. Wait, no, this is the JSON response. Can you update the code accordingly? Okay, so I didn't look at it properly. They were right before. I can actually restore this checkpoint. Continue. Let's restore and upload that. So, yeah. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Cursor. I was wrong. I think that most of the errors I'm making is just like me, just silly little mistakes. And I feel like there are such small fixes that once you find the good and the more experience you have, the easier and easier it will be to identify. And clearly, my experience is lacking. Okay, let's check this. Now let's run it. Let's run it now. Into that. Okay, let's go. Let's see. It's taking a bit longer. There we go. Let's see. We've got 3 rows. We've got so it's trying to create the rows, but it's not putting the values in the rows. Cool. So everything is now working, but it's just not putting the values in the rows. It is adding the column names correctly, creating the table, and even adding the correct amount of rows. The only thing that's not working is adding the values into the rows. So I might run this again and look into the developer panel. So let's do that. Go network again. Go ahead, run this. Start personalization. While this is running, I'm also going to see what Cursor has said. Yes, can you add that? So I'm going to look into it and see. Okay, so I'm going to say this is the last request when I click send personalization response. Payload. I'll just provide it with as much information as possible. There we go. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Payload. There we go. Tick that. Okay, so there is an error here. Let's say I also got these messages. This is excellent news. Your Supabase table now contains the correct headers, the correct number of rows. Each row object has all expected values. So that, yeah, there's just something a little missing here because we do have the data and we do really have everything. So let's see what Cursor says. Your webhook responses now. In your code, you'll expect each row string to be a string, but sometimes it's an array or another type. The error row string is not a function, which means row string is not a string. Most likely, your webhook is sending an array of arrays or or a mix of arrays and strings, not array of strings. Add type check before using. Okay. Yes, can you update the code? Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Okay. Let's get this to run. Tick that. Let's now refresh this page, and I'm going to run this again to see what errors we get. So open the developer panel, back, start personalization. Let's see what happens. Airtable access token fetched, sending Airtable access tokens, sending personalized request to webhook. Let's run this. Okay. No table found for run ID, creating new table with all rows. I got these messages this time. I'm just gonna run that. I'm also gonna double check. May as well. Yeah, so again, it's the correct amount of rows, but it's just not adding those rows in. Yeah. So let's see what cursor says. Your logs show that the parsing is now working perfectly. Each row string is a stringified array of header value. The code is passed. The final. You also see no table found for run ID, creating a new table with all rows. Your code is now correctly parsing. If you see undefined for email, that's because the value in your webhook data email is undefined. There's no data. The row values are still not showing though. Again, everything is working, but there is no values in the rows. Okay, let's see if it can figure itself out. Given your logs, the parsing is working and the row objects are being created with the correct values. But even if the values are not showing in the UI, the issue is likely with how the table view page is rendering the data. What's likely happening, the data array in the Supabase object contains something like this. The data array. Maybe it's passing through the headers and not this. The data array in Supabase looks like this. Maybe the code is only passing through the headers and not the data column, because the headers column only contains this. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I'm also going to see look for how it renders. Okay, what I'm also going to check is in here. I'm going to reload the page and see the run ID headers data. It seems that it's retrieving the right data because I see the data here. When I click on a table in the app, it looks like this is the last response, which looks to be holding the data correctly. Payload only holds this. Preview. And this looks like the same. Okay, so because it looks correct, I'm actually going to paste this message in instead. So it looks like it's just like not rendering the data properly. Because if the data is in here, like as we can see here, the call to action, the elevator pitch, email, icebreaker, PS, subjects line. Yeah, it just must not be rendering properly. Because this is all the data from Supabase. Let's see what cursor is saying. It's reading everything. It's reading this page. Okay, so it looks like it's updating something. Let's apply that. Okay, so it looks like it's going ahead and it's updating some code. Hopefully, this solves the issue. Because if it does, then we'll have fully functioning tables, which would be pretty cool. I'd like to be able to like mass delete tables as well, but they're just little features that can be added later on. I wouldn't imagine those too hard. Again, this is like a core feature. Both integration with Airtable, which we have done, and adding the tables in our application, centralizing everything into here. So let's accept all. Looks like it made quite a few changes. Let me refresh. It's making even more changes. This is a lot of changes, so clearly it's found something. The internal errors are now fixed, and your table view page will correctly render where data still support legacy tables. Exporting logic is now robust to both data formats. You should now see all your row values displayed correctly in the UI. Well, hopefully we do indeed. I'm actually going to delete all of these. There we go. And then I'm going to get this prompt, table view, run that. Here, Airtable Go use this. Let's see now. Let's just go in here just in case. Start personalization. It's pending. So requested. Let's allow the backend to load and process this information. Okay, so it's created it. Yes. Yes. That is perfect. I haven't added emails yet, but this is working. And that is great. Yes, that is so good. That is so good. That is so good. Let's make sure instantly AI's connection's still working. Yes, we have all of that. Add new. Okay. But that is so good. The fact it's working now. Oh. So now that's completely working with Airtable. What I'm going to do is disconnect Airtable, connect Google Sheets, and then fix the backend with Google Sheets. And I'm going to see what filter is sent. So if we head back to N8N, let's reload. Okay, it's loading. Taking a little while. Hmm. Good. I thought, oh, no, 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 no. No. Good. I do not know what happened there. I was like, I do not want to create that again. Oh my goodness. Okay. Good thing I did not save that. Okay, so I'm going to run this. I'm going to create this integration. There we go. I'm going to select this. And get the prompt. From here, get this. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. So now, basically what I'm looking for is this needs to be immediate. Let's run this again. Success. Now we should have the Google Sheets auth instead. Yes, we do. Okay, and that's lead list source is Google_Sheets. So we're gonna go filter. Lead list source is equal to that lead list equal to Google Sheet. Yep. Let me pin this data now. I'm just going to connect this all up in the back end. We no longer create it. Now what we do is we do this all within the app, so we can prepare prompt, for processing. So we can go there, or we can go there. And now, this should also work. Let me just confirm this works. Read the sheet. Ah, yes, 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 yes. Command Z, 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 Z. Here, I still need this. I still need to extract the sheet ID. Yes. Let's run this. There we go. Okay. So this all works. That's all I needed to know. I'm going to unpin this. And then I'm going to unpin this and try run this. And see if the table is created successfully by connecting Google Sheets. So let's see. Ah, yes, we need to use the respond to webhook node instead of immediately. Let's run this again. Start personalization. Hopefully a second table gets added. Can I just view this and see if it gets updated live? Let's see. Can we refresh? Alright, it looks like it's still loading in NA10. Still got the loading bar. It's finished. Maybe give it a second. So Airtable seems like it's working, but this doesn't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to manually look and see what the response is. Like in here. I'm going to run this. Wait, actually, before I do that, I want to look into this response. And see the format. Looks the same. Is this the JSON format that is valid for this? Okay, so I'm going to run this and see what it says. I'm going to stay in this page and see what happens. I believe I'd have to. I don't. Processing your leads. Oh, we're not using Airtable though. Oh, whoops. Well, we can confirm now that Airtable is working, or if it's not working. Again. So let's see. Okay, so Airtable is indeed working. Yes, yes, yes. It is working. These are all of the same, but that's okay for now because these are correct. But this bottom one doesn't show. The property name has double quotes. You know what I might do? I'm not sure why there are two quotes. Let me look back in here. I am getting this JSON now. Um, what if I respond with text and I just paste in there? Create table. One of these called create table. Yes, this one. Yeah, no, so that's correct. That should be like that. So yeah, I'm gonna keep it at all incoming items. Each item in create is a string that looks like an array, not an actual array or object. The run ID is appended as a string, not properly in JSON objects. The fields are key value. You want this structure? How to fix steps. If you control the webhook node, build each row as a JSON object, not a string. Add run ID as a property in each object. Return an array of objects. For the sake of doing this quickly, I might change this a little bit later. But I think what I'm gonna do is just ask ChatGPT to do it. ChatGPT, messenger model, a professional JSON formatter system, and then I'm gonna say paste this in, and let's go expression, expand this. I want you to convert the following text to JSON. Rows. Rows, build each row. No, this won't work because imagine you have like a lot of rows. Hmm. Can we just use this format and then you automatically format it correctly on the back end in the code? Absolutely. Okay, let's do this. Passing function. Yes, can you make the code changes? So hopefully this handles it because it looks like it got two of them. If we go into Supabase, we go to the latest one, which are not those. Let's refresh. This. No. No, no, no. Anyway, I don't think it's this, but I'm not even sure. No, this is right. There's only meant to be two. I'm not sure why this is here. There's only meant to be two. Anyway. I'm going to delete these. Okay, let's run this now. I am going to go back to the webhook node, table, here, here. I'm going to use Google Sheets. Use this. I am going to say use this Google Sheet. I'm going to connect my Google Sheets account. This is what I was saying where it doesn't save. So I have to do this each time. This is the same with Airtable. So that would be something we'd need to fix. Okay, so it's watching or it's listening. Start personalization. Let's see if it works now. Fingers crossed. Everything on the back end's working. We see two different rows because we only have two rows. Yes. We do have three rows in Airtable actually. So there might be three rows, but yeah. There's two rows though. We've got one showing and one not showing. And now these, I cannot edit the cells. Okay. Let me see if I can see subjects line icebreaker for 2. Icebreaker subjects line. Subjects lines there. Subjects lines there. Okay. So there is for 2. Okay, so most data is showing up in the table now. However, some data isn't showing. For example, on my first row is complete, but then the second row only has values in PS and email in this instance and not subject line, icebreaker, or call to action or elevator pitch. Why is this? Come on, we're almost there. We're almost there. Some rows are missing because the parser only adds keys that are present in each row's string array. If a row is missing a key value pair, that key will not appear in the result object for that row. If a particular row is missing, for example, in its array, then the resulting object for that row will have a subject line property. Even if some values are missing, you should be that or that, that or that, quotes are undefined. Determine all the possible headers from all rows, not just the first. For each row, if a key is missing, set its value to quotes empty string. But I looked in Supabase and all headers in data have values. Okay, let's see what it says here. What you're seeing is a case-sensitive issue with your keys or headers. In your first row, the keys, icebreaker, call to action, all camel case. In your second row, the keys are all title case. Why does this cause missing data in the UI? How to fix? Yes, update it. Update for me, please. The reason I'm not doing it, I mean, I could do it for myself in NA10, but I think this should generally be the same, this format. Yeah, it should generally be the same with what we respond to in the webhook. Although it might be a bit messy, if I were putting this live, I'll probably look into how we can format this more nicely within NA10 before responding to the webhook node, so it's a bit easier on the code here within Cursor. But anyway, let's test this out. I'm going to delete this table. I'm going to go get this prompt, run that, Google Sheet, get this URL, use this sheet, start personalization, and let's see if the parsing now works correctly and if we can connect this. Let's see, fingers crossed. Still running. I really hope this works. I really do. Okay. No. No, it's messed up the headers also. No, I think that took us backwards. Now the headers are right, but there are headers showing twice. So instead of 4 headers, for example, there are 8 because 4 are the same. But in saying that, is all these showing now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But in saying that, all of the data in the rows is now showing, just not in the, just, it's now showing. But just some are showing under the duplicate headers. Okay, so maybe it's not a step in the wrong direction. Yeah. This is a classical side effect of inconsistent. Also, in your code, did you add some headers manually? This should be dynamic because headers change each time. Can you remove whatever headers you added? I think you added something like PS call to action, etc. I want the respond to webhook node to determine what the headers are in the table. So what I think has happened, because these headers in here are actually different, like subjects line there, this subjects line has a capital L. So I think Cursor has actually put in its own headers somewhere, like here, and that's why we're getting those duplicates. But that shouldn't be happening. And then I'm going to update the parser again. The code is now updated. Headers are always determined dynamically passed, not hard-coded. Okay, so I'm going to run this again. We will likely be back to where we were. But that will just mean Cursor will need to add some more passing functionality. Let's run this. See if it works this time. Fingers crossed. There we go. And there we have it. I cannot open these yet, but that's not too hard of a change. And the point is that we are getting these in here. You can scroll across. Manufacturing company. So that's the offer. Hey, MG Concepts. I know you're doing manufacturing. Yeah, so they're different, which is good. 100%. The TLDR. PS. I'd love to hear what you're doing with manufacturing. Okay, so this looks all good. Lambo Industries. MG Concepts. There we go. Wow. That's for Google Sheets, and now Airtable worked also, and wow. That was a lot of debugging, but now we have all of this set up, everything centralized within NA10. I could also possibly add an email. I might add that back. But wow. Let me clean this all up. We've trimmed the automation down a little bit. So you can see part 1. It looks like that. This top one, then it went a bit bigger. And now we've trimmed it right back. So that it is all handled dynamically within here. I think I'm going to leave it at that for today. It's been super fun building this out. We've created an integration with Airtable, which I've personally never done before. So it was a bit difficult. There's a lot of security concerns and barriers to get around with Airtable that I was unfamiliar with. Added the ability for Airtable itself to function within the application. Created, was this menu here? I'm not sure now, but another big thing, exporting to Instantly AI, all of the leads from the table, and then of course creating and centralizing all of the table functionality within the application itself, which is pretty cool. So yeah, we'll see you in the next one.